This VR stuff is weird, man. So weird. Worst part is I don't even know how to explain what's happening. I mean, I guess I can. It's not like a big deal. It doesn't ruin my life. Okay, one sec. Full body tracking exploded. What happened? So, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. When I boot up VR, every single one of my sources of audio that actually functions goes off. And I mean every single one. My speakers, my microphone, my VR headset, one of my monitors. The other ones don't because I have it disabled for them. But every other thing it just happens. I don't understand. But it's only in VR. And when I go and switch the main source of audio to that captures, what's up, Shuey? What's up, guys? When I click on the thing so that it plays on one capture device, all of it still plays. Like, I don't know if you can hear this. You can kind of, but then it cuts out. It is literally playing through my speakers still. I had to put them to 0. I don't know. Very weird, very weird. Here, let me full body tracking activation. Surely they'll work without any problems, right? Hold on, one of my trackers is still skill issue? I guess so. Evolving Primate sucks? How do you do that? I don't even remember. Shema Lucas. What up, man? Use Rage Punch? Oh. Doesn't seem that bad. I think I remember doing that. Alright, my full body's working. We're chilling. Alright, well this isn't weeb music, but I'm thriving, I'm thriving. I like 21 Pilots. I can chill to this. You are surrounding on my surrounding. That's right. I can't even like make it. I mean, it's fine. It has a good angle. Okay. What? My chat exploded. Everything died. I'm not powerful anymore. It's over. It's over. Do you have a good angle? Maybe. What do you think, Fafi? Did I have a good angle? Juvie more like, damn. You gonna do him like that? I'll tell you what's the worst, alright? When it comes to Pokemon Scarlet Violet. Like, it's not horrendously bad. But it is the thing of all time that pissed me off. It's the one thing that I didn't successfully do yet. I probably never will at this point. collecting 1,000 ghoul coins. There's an easy farm method, but it was still a thing that I had to deal with. So I want to complain because I have the right to do so. You have to collect 1,000 of the ghoul dudes to evolve it into a super. Oh, my bad. 999. Yo, my bad. My bad. No, you're right. I slipped up. You be so right though. Huge difference though. Like massive. I mean, the digit count is no longer 4, it's 3, so it's like, it's game changing, revolutionary, and now I might be able to do it. Actually, why don't I just... I strapped it to my hand, but what's the point? We're kind of just chilling. That's why they made it 999? Yeah, true. True. Lethal Company scared me more than Phasmo in VR. Here's the thing about Phasmo, right? Like, no, I'm gonna drop the volume a little bit. Feels a little, the music feels a little loud. I can't quite conclude. There you go. Alright. So, why are random words emotes? Ah, right. I should just make a command for it so I don't have to explain it every time. Well, alright. Here we go, Fafi. So, here's the deal, right? Here's the shebang. I want a random user who doesn't have 7TV one day to show up in the stream, right? And then when they show up on stream, they're going to say a stupid sentence. And then they think they're going to be trolling me, but they're going to fool themselves when they enter the minefield. And every single word they say is going to be an emote. And it's going to be hilarious. It's going to be all the degen emotes. So, like, they're going to say something that tries to make me look stupid. But, they're going to fall. They're going to perish. And it's going to be hilarious. Thanks for paying your taxes. I think I'm sipping my coffee. You have 286 coins. Bro, I stopped at like 96. Yo, what's up, Baker Raccoon? Yo, you're like the skating brand raccoon with an extra N. But that's because, this was probably taken. What's up? What's up? Shiny Munchlax? Oh, God. Gremlin, Goblin, Ghoul coins? Yeah, whatever they were. They're going to perish sounds like they're going to Paris. Coincidence? I think not. What? Dude. Paris Hilton? Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm chilling. It's the start of the stream, so I still haven't gone through my complaints, my life complaints. I haven't gone through, the things that went wrong in the last 24 hours. But, we're getting towards it. Also, the reason I feel like it's scary to die in Lethal Company, and the reason why I think Lethal Company is scarier than Phasmo in VR. One, we played Phasmo in VR for like 1,000 hours at least now. Maybe not, maybe like 500 maybe or so. I feel like I've hit somewhere like near 900 or 1,000 hours, right? So here's the thing, right? We already expect most of what happens in Phasmo. They changed some things, but we already know like most of what happens, right? So that's the reason Phasmo's not as scary anymore. Lethal Companies, though, the new shebang. First of all, the regular flashlights kind of blow. They kind of blow. They're not that great. The enemy types, right? The enemy types are just so many different things. You've got the face huggers. You've got like the SCP that you have to stare at and like run away from. You've got the what else do we have? We have the Shadow Man who you can't stare at. The polar opposite of SCP Man. We've got the slime that you can't kill. The bees who electrify you and stun you and whatever. You've got so many other variations we haven't even seen yet. Oh yeah, the giant, the dude who you have to be quiet, so you have to not speak because apparently we found, well, more like we already knew, and then Fausto. A really funny thing happened. So we played a little more when you got off. I played with Fausto and Ty. Oh, and Tasha. We played for a little bit. Um, we found out. Oh, we found out. There's a giant earthworm that eats you alive. That was hilarious. I wish someone recorded that or something. That was the funniest thing ever. But also, Fausto got on top of the ship because there's an alien monster dude who is lured by sound. And in all fairness, I was probably gonna die if he didn't do this. He started yelling. Fausto started going. He was doing German noises. So it ran to him, which coincidentally gave me the route of safety. It ran to the ship, but it didn't board the ship. It was kind of like down there, charging towards it, but like wouldn't jump up or anything. So I started slowly drifting towards the back of the ship to enter it. Suddenly it clips up, lands on the ship's like walking thing. It is now. Well, oh, do you guys not see anything? No. Yeah, that's true. My bad. It's okay, you didn't miss much. I've just kind of been standing here. Anyways, yeah, so he's like splorping this way onto the thing. And then this monster thing is kind of just there on the platform, screeching at him because he's making nonstop noise. So I'm going. I'm talking about Lethal Company, yeah. I'm going. I get to the back of the ship, and then I watch as it. Okay, no, that's not true. I'm like halfway towards the back of the ship. I'm almost there. A few more like big steps, and I'll be there. Right? Craziest thing, right? It decides to. I don't think Fausto moved at all, but the alien monster dude decides he's gonna route all the way around. He goes all the way to the back of the ship. The door's locked. So I just keep moving because I'm like, well, there's got to be a way that Fausto will get it lured away. There's got to be a way. Ty opens the door to the spaceship. Fausto stops making noise because he's like, uh-oh, it's not good. It rushes in. It eats Ty alive. It rips him into shreds. He's done. And so then, it just gets worse from here, right? Fausto makes noise again because Ty is dead. So he's trying to just lure the monster so it doesn't go and kill me. I'm just walking a little bit to the back. It turns around, shreds me alive. I didn't make a single sound. I didn't even move. I stopped in place. I'm just here. I'm dead. I'm dead. That's it. Fausto sees that I get eaten alive. He jumps down, tries to lock the door, runs. No, he doesn't try to lock the door. He just runs and tries to hit the lever so he can fly away. It didn't work out. He got eaten alive. He's dead. That was hilarious. Another really funny moment. Our first mission after we beat Quota 1. We're on experimentation. It's the base like starter map basically. There's an eclipse. I look up, I'm like, yo, there's an eclipse. Or more like, Fausta said, yo, it's eclipsed. And I'm like, yo, that looks really cool. Ty and I look up, we're like, wow, we hear a rumbling on the ground. Tasha looks up at the eclipse, looks down at us, looks back up at the eclipse. Loud noise. Ty and I are dead. Our bodies taken by giant enemy earthworm. Tasha looks down, we're gone. She hears the loud rumbling sound, looks down, we're gone. Fausto, in his head, is like, what was that noise? Tasha runs, says, they're gone. They died. Fausto looks on the little map at the scanner and is like, oh my god, they're dead. I need to go find their bodies. At this point, I had to go AFK. I come back and they're all dead. I think they all died. And I was like, yeah. Yeah, we played with in-game VC. It was really fun, actually. We should do that, GV. There was walkie-talkies and stuff that made it convenient. It was nice. When you have 4 people, it feels like one person can stay at the ship and just walkie-talkie communicate. So that was cool. So Fausta stayed and looked at the map while we were traversing, and he would tell me where all the loot is and stuff. The Alaskan bullworm. That's what it felt like. That is what it felt like, genuinely. Who is Shui? Shui's our moderator, our friend. And practically the only person I can talk to about Honkai Star Rail except for Fausto at this point. Everyone else stopped playing. It's really sad because, you know, I'm like a huge Honkai Star Rail fan, but it's cool. Moderators, yeah. Shui, Kuchi. Certainly could have used someone like that when we were lost. You know what's funny? When we played, me, you, and Fausto, Juvi, everything seems so much easier to traverse, even though it's a little bit confusing. But, like, there was, or I should say, the seeds were larger. There were probably a bit more monsters, but I feel like we survived a lot more, for the most part. When I played with just me, Fausto, and Ty, because Tasha went to play Phasma. What's up, Dixitone? The seeds would randomly just have a locked door in the main entrance. Like, you would enter, one door's locked, one door takes you to, like, one room, and the other one wasn't a door. And I was like, well, we're getting really unlucky. Also, alternatively and really funny, I think only when we played was there an actual, like, hive, a beehive that we took and sold. I don't know if you were still there or if that was just Fausto and I grabbed it and sold it. I think that's how it was. It's $230 or $230 in currency if we sell at 100%. I'm taking a sip of my coffee again. You sold Bisha? Yeah. And I'd do it again. I would do it again. I'm a little sad. A little sad. First of all, I'm all out of hazelnut coffee, so now I have to have French vanilla, which is fine. French vanilla is still good, but you know, it's not hazelnut, so yeah. We had something else really valuable. The axles are very valuable. The generator, when you steal the light generator, or the power generator, those are expensive. Those cost like 80 or so. Whoa, what the scallop? Thank you for the 10 months, Fafi. Thank you. It's good to see you, Fafi. It's good to see you. What's up, what's up? What's up, guys? Happy Thursday. Hope everyone had a good Wednesday. I'm gonna be real, I don't remember half of what happened yesterday. I don't know why. Like, yesterday just feels like a daze. And then because of that, and I think I know why for Gore. So, like, last night, I went to sleep a little late because I was playing Fall Guys with some friends that I don't often play with. Okay, Fall Guys on Final Fantasy. Sorry, not normal Fall Guys. Fall Guys in Final Fantasy 14 during the event, this current event. We went and we played Final Fantasy, Fall Guys. It got a little late. It got a little late because I didn't get to play with these people for a while. even Chromia was there, and I was like, I guess I'll just do a few runs of Final Fantasy Fall Guys and chill. So, oh, I love this song. Is this from Kimi no Nawa? What's the actual thing called? What's the actual anime called? This is a cover. Yo, what's Kimi no Nawa called? Not Naruto. Why do I know the Japanese name but not the English one? Not Baki. Where's Reaper when you need him? Yeah, your name. Thank you. Yeah, it's just your name. How do I not know? It is Dragon Ball. You're right. You're right. I don't know. I got distracted. You know how it is. So, oh yeah, I was gonna give you just a quick story, a little like thing. It's not a crazy story, but it's just like my night of sleeping was kind of a detriment to society. So, crazy. I went to sleep a little late because I was chilling with some friends, playing Final Fantasy Fall Guys. And I was like, oh, I'm having a good time. I got a little bit late, so I was like, I'm just gonna go lay down. Good night, guys. So I did that. It wasn't too late. Like it was maybe like 30 minutes past when I would ideally sleep so that I wouldn't be tired for stream. I feel okay today though. I feel fine. It's a Thursday, so it's kind of like hamburger. But anyways, so I go to bed, I fall asleep. I wake up an hour later. Oh god, do I love doing that. I wake up an hour later for no reason. No reason at all. That sucked. Fell back asleep. I fell back asleep instantly, thankfully. And so then I wake up again at like 3.5 hours later. I hear a loud like pouring water sound. I'm like, is it raining? I didn't want to stand up because if I stand up, I'll be wide awake, and it pisses me off when that happens. So I just kept listening. I'm like, is something flooding? What is happening right now? Turns out, I think it was just the heaters turning on. I didn't realize that at the time. Fall asleep, wake up again, an hour and 20 minutes later. What's up, Joanne? What's up, bro? An hour and 20 minutes later, I wake up again. Goddamn, so cringe. My room is boiling hot. The heating was turned on. My windows closed because it was really chilly. So I kept my window closed. My room felt like a sauna. I was actually sweating. I was covered in a weighted blanket, number one. Number two, the room itself was boiling. That's exaggerating a little bit. But it was really warm. It was really goddamn warm. You know, I have my PC on top of everything else, so think about, you know, how that would coincide with a heater on. It was bad. Anyways, so that sucked. I turned off the heater. I told my mom, like, I know it's cold. Don't step in my room, because I don't want you to experience what I just had to. But just know, you did this to me. I walked back into my room. I opened my window, turn on the AC for it to just cool down, turn off the AC, keep the window open from the bottom side so it just swoops right in. It's still open right now. Fantastic, by the way. A room finally cooled down. Fell asleep about like 45 minutes later after all the loud noises went away. And then after that, I woke up, I think, one more time before stream start time. Or, you know, like 15 minutes before stream start time. And I was like, at this point, it was 45 minutes before I normally wake up. But I was like, well, maybe I could just lay down. I grabbed my phone. I think I looked at like 2 things on Twitter. My eyes got really heavy. I fell asleep, and I woke up with my phone, like, laying on my face. Worst thing, I hate when technology is like near me like that. Yeah, I was almost a cooked raccoon. It was fantabulous, and by fantabulous I mean the worst thing in the world. You put it there? Well, yeah, but like you have to think about the fact that I didn't really intentionally do that, right? I fell asleep with it in my hand, which never happens. Never happens. Anyways, then I woke up again because the alarm woke me up, you know, right here on my face. You say, well, I'm not asleep right now. I'm not asleep right now. I don't like having anything on. Okay? Let me put it this way. I don't like when technology is activated on slash unlocked good song. While I am asleep or falling asleep. So like my phone has to be like on the little bedside table or something. If it's on my bed somewhere, that sucks. I hate that. It pisses me off. It's fine though. I mean, it happens sometimes. What can you do? Technology! Today we're gonna find out if human beings are afraid of technology. Technology just screams at some random passersbys. So good. So good. Lethal Company, really fun. I debated just streaming it today, but I'm like, man, I don't know. I had a weird night. I'm just gonna chill. We're gonna just VRChat and see what happens throughout the day. Maybe we'll do some Lethal Current later. I'll get like Fausto. See if anyone else is willing to play. Bom 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 bam bam bam. What's up, Leaf Lions? And they say to use Pokemon Sleep, it won't work on a table. It needs to be on bed with you. That's true, and that is actually true. And I'll tell you why it's true. I'll tell you exactly why it's true. I didn't even test it intentionally. I'll tell you how this happened. So, I went to an Airbnb in New York with some friends. Not too far away, right? Not too far away, but like, it was a fair distance away. It was in Queens, right? And I tried Pokemon Sleep during this time period that we were there. First, I put it because I was on a inflatable mattress thing, right? I put it on my hoodie, like a fair distance away. But then I grabbed my phone and I think I like moved it closer or something, so it was like off the bed, but it was there. And what do you call it? It counted everything, right? It counted everything. Also, it's stupid. The reason that it sucks for phones is because you have to keep it unlocked. I don't know why they do that, but yeah, I left it unlocked. To be fair, it turns the screen black when you don't use it. When it goes idle, it literally like darkens the screen and stuff. So it's fine. It's just I have to mute the sound because it drives me absolutely insane. Anyways, I fall asleep, wake up like 8 hours later. Check my phone. It only registered like 4 hours out of the 8 that I slept. And the reason for it is because I guess it needs to hear you. Otherwise, within that 4 hour time, if you go idle, it'll be like, no, we're not counting it anymore. You're probably not asleep. You're just farming hours. And I was like, well, what the hell, man? Next day, I do put it on the bed, but I still shift away a little bit. And then it worked. It worked the 8 hours that I slept. No, it was actually less. It was like 6 hours that I slept. Well, it was wonky, right? It was a wonky journey and travel and trip and whatever. But anyways, it counted. All of the 6 or 7 or whatever hours I slept. And then the final day, I had it, but I accidentally locked my phone, so it didn't count us. It counted like 20 minutes. So that sucks. I had all three experiences when it comes to all that. Absolutely bombastic, and that sucked. Anyways, I haven't launched it since then. It's not dangerous. I don't think it's dangerous for phones. I just think it's like, man, I don't know what, but that sucks. Oh, we're talking about Pokemon Sleep. That determines how your phone is oriented, does that? Yeah, it detects motion, it listens to sound. So if you shift in the bed, if you snore, if you make, like, I don't know, a random sound, if you talk in your sleep, like I do, because when I'm asleep, I'm actually reciting satanic rituals, it's just what I do. As you do, you know. Then it'll hear it. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I haven't played Pokemon Sleep since whenever that happened. So was it August? Yeah, I think it was August. The first week of August. The farts? Yeah, probably. Probably. Pokemon Sleep would have been thriving with sounds on Tuesday then. I was fart incarnate. I felt bloated. Things sucked. Slash me takes a drink of coffee to make it worse. Probably TMI. This is a TMI stream. It's not in the tags, but like you can like kind of see it, you know, like you know what I mean? Know what I mean? Man, it's already the 2nd of November, and I feel like I've accomplished nothing this year. Not the coffee? Yes, the coffee. Wake up this year's Snorlax dead from farts. You know, honestly, it's probably worth it. He'd probably inhale the first few as well, and then just like he'll probably like pass out from like the next ones. I have to say, right? This isn't too TMI, but it's kind of like why share? I actually don't think my farts smell. Like no one's ever said anything in an instance where I might have by accident or when I really had to. No one's ever mentioned it. As either they just didn't want to like call me out, or I just don't have the fart scent that everyone has. You know what I mean? Mine are just clean and clear and under control. So all those particles go in noses, but boom. I did want to wait. What context? I already forgot what I was saying in regards to whiff test. Yeah. Quickly, take a sniff. Got them daisy farts? Maybe. Yeah, I put an air freshener in there. It's just like tied around the rectum, you know how it is. Got a little like little pine tree air freshener in my ass, so every time I fart, it's actually not a fart like smell, it's just pine. It's like I forgot that it's not actually like, yeah. What am I hearing? We were talking about Pokemon Sleep, and then Reaper mentioned sounds that it could hear, because I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it hears sounds, like even movements and stuff. And then I said that, yeah, the Snorlax would probably, you know, smell my farts and then die. And so, you know, it makes sense, right? Good night, Shuey. Wait, Shuey, are you already gone? I need your advice. Do I go for the light cone for Topaz, or do I just keep rolling and then save when I have like a guaranteed roll to get the ice support for Jingliu? That's all I need to know. Should I just like keep rolling to where I can get a guaranteed roll for the next the 5-star I want, the ice one? Or should I just try to get Topaz's light cone and just deal with it? Do you think it's worth it? I don't have like a good team for Topaz, I don't think. And then the alternative is I can just go get Silverwolf's light cone, but then I'll have one stacked team and one like really mid team. My Kafka team is not that good. If you aren't gonna use Topaz, I want to use Topaz, I really do, but like the problem is I don't know if I have a team for it. All right, fair enough. I would use her if I knew that I had like a good team for it. I don't have Clara, but I have everyone else, so I'll have to see. I'll have to see. Sorry guys, it's a Thursday. Thursdays are like fart days, you know. We talk about stupid stuff like farts. All right, Shuey. Good night. Good night. Thank you for the fair advice. Probably save. That's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm just gonna save. Yeah. I always end up talking about foreskin and feet, not together. Why not? Why not? They could be together. You never just thought about like letting a toe in there? The image is scary. Well, we get a little. Maybe someone's like toe is like cold, and you could just The foreskin is like a warm area, you know? You just put one of the toes in and they just get warm for them. It's fine. It's like a blanket. Yeah, socks were invented because of foreskin, and then other people were like, no, and then they started removing those. It's what it's. Crusty foot? That's the foreskin. What? True, though. Absolutely vile, bruv. Absolutely vile. What in the shit are you talking about? Faust is making noises. I wonder what he wants. You better be apologizing right now. Arthur Fausto, are you apologizing right now for what you did? I did talk about Lethal Company. Ah! Sorry, reaction time 50. I already talked about Lethal Company. I mentioned the thing where you were making noise to try to like get the alien away from me, which worked, and then it ran inside. And then I also had I said the other thing where with the eclipse, where you pointed out the eclipse. I'm like, oh nice, and then Ty and I died to the worm, and then Tasha looked down and we were gone. Those are the two prime factors that I just like really needed to mention because they were like, yo, 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 what's up, Ghost? You the one farting around? Why would he apologize? He made me really mad this morning because he didn't show me his feet. I named this cat Foreskin in other streams. Spooky ghost! Oh god. Halloween's over. God, I love that emote. The cat. Should we be like, yo, go to bed. Yo, JK. Adds emotes. Very good. We need some more emotes out here. We've got like another 200 slots. Smug. What's up, Euland? Hope your stream was good. Hope you're chilling. He's got a point, you know, like I'd rather see an iris model personally. Yeah, no. Well, there might be one day. Good night, Shuey. Yond and Juvie have been doing seamless co-op Elden Ring. Yo, okay, what if I commission like a new cozy and it looks like the cat and I just name it Ico? Okay, I'm gonna get banned if I put foreskin in my emote. Never mind. I'm gonna take a sip of coffee. I feel I'm slowly becoming like not coffee incarnate, but like one of those like, how do you explain this? You know those people? Okay, I'm gonna mention the one YouTuber again, so I have to think of a different way to say this. There are people who only drink like who drink coffee regularly, like coffee enthusiasts, and they sound so calm for people who drink coffee. When normally coffee hits and I'm just like on crack cocaine, but other people are like, "Hello, I just had a cup of fine tea and coffee at the same time, and my coffee had like 16 levels of espresso, and it's just absolutely bossing on God." They've been playing seamless co-op. Fausto and I kind of want to play Elden Ring, but we want to do seamless co-op with the Chaos mod, which you guys don't like. I don't think you guys control it. The way it works is that like the bosses are, it's a randomizer. It's a randomizer. So like you can go and fight a boss, and it could just be Melania, Blade of Mikola, like in the first boss room. You know what I mean? I want to do that. Chocolate Death Kappa. Feeling good. That with friends, so painful in a fun way. I really want to try it out. Is that Viper Valorant? Other people on coffee? That's normally me on coffee, but like I think that would be me today, if not for the fact that I was sleep interrupted like 4 times over. And one of the times my room was like I was actually burning alive. Like any other drug, you get used to it, you need more. Yeah, but if I drink 2 cups of coffee, I'm gonna regret it. I'm gonna stick to 1 cup. If it doesn't work in the way where it should, then that's fine. Then I just stop drinking coffee for a while again. I mean, I have like days in which I don't. So like during the weekend, since I don't stream, I don't really drink coffee. I get like a cup of tea or two, or three, or four, or five, or six, or seven. Like on Sunday, I had 4 cups of tea. No coffee though. Cause like I don't. It's not like I drink coffee for the energy. I drink coffee for the vibes at this point. Cause it doesn't energize me as much as like it should, right? Like I drink coffee if I just want to feel a certain mood for the day. Just switch to straight cocaine. I mean, yeah, I guess I could do that. Wouldn't be too hard. Go down the block. Good vibes. Well, I think the vibes are just fine today. Well, like I'm only slightly melting down from how hot my room was. I actually felt like a crazy headache. I thought I was gonna get a migraine because of the heat in my room. Then that didn't happen, so that's good. Yeah, I wanna try the randomizer. Maybe I'll do chaos mod, the randomizer, and seamless co-op with Faust and see how it works. It might crash the game though. And let's be real. Last time we did a chaos mod that was really fun. The game crashed during the worst instances. We call it GTA 5 Chaos Mod, which was so much fun until it wasn't. I enjoyed that for maybe like a week, and then as it just like progressively ended up being the same votes, and like it would crash during the worst parts, so I have to redo missions. I was like, I'm kind of over it. I'm gonna speedrun the story now. But like that's not the fault of chat either, right? Like there wasn't much to vote on back then either. So like when Elite did it, there was already substantially more to do in GTA Chaos Mod. And then like when Callie did it after Elite was done, she had way more to do on Chaos Mod as well. And then like now there's like 50 options per thing, right? So now it'd be a lot funner. Cuz you wouldn't just constantly get like tire popping, car explode. No, now you get like more funny ones. Like there's more Jesus stealing stuff. There's like the alien guy does a thing where he grabs a UFO, flies over you, and like literally tosses you across the map, which is really funny. Stuff like that I like better. Stuff that like hinders me in a way that doesn't soft lock me is like the funner stuff. And then I have to drive all the way back. I prefer that over like having to redo a mission, having to reboot my game and redo like an entire thing. Yeah. It's the funner stuff. I kind of wish I would have stalled GTA Chaos until basically now, but I had a good time when I did play GTA Chaos mod. And like after that, so many people discovered it. So you know what? It's all thanks to me. Yeah, I made GTA Chaos mod, and definitely not the other people who are actually popular GTA YouTubers. It was definitely not them. It was me. I mean, yeah, obviously I couldn't know that. Yeah, and realistically, I wanted to try it as it was. I want more chaos mods and more games. There's a Skyrim one, but it costs bits, and I'm not going to make people pay money to make my life miserable. Well, you guys kind of do that anyway, but you know what I mean, right? Like with a video game like Skyrim. Crowd control, yeah, that one. It's either bits or you could do channel points now, but I don't want people to spend currency to make me suffer. You should just do it for free, right? Like, I don't know. Maybe if I like average 10,000 viewers, then it would be like a lot easier to do that and like feel less bad. But, you know, uh obviously we're not 10,000 viewers in. Maybe like next month. Um and then there's, Minecraft Chaos was not that good. Honestly, it wasn't that good. It got to a point where I didn't enjoy it at all. So I was like, I'm just gonna Zerg rush the Ender Dragon at this point. I put my all. I literally fought against the votes. I couldn't see the votes, but I fought against them so hard. To just like brute force get to this dragon and get done with Minecraft Chaos mod. Because at some point I was so over it. I was like, alright. You blew up my entire island. Which was, the combo was hilarious. Now when I look back at it, it's so funny, dude. First of all, I was sent to the roof of the Nether, so my like hour and a half of grinding blazes to get the thingies so I can create the eyes, I lost them all. So I had to do that all over again, right? And then I deposited them in my base, which was on an island. I don't know what I was thinking. Actually, I know what I was thinking. I'd be safe because I was surrounded by water. Joke's on me, I guess. So, like, then, the chickens fell down and someone voted, or a bunch of people voted on the chicken entity exploding thing. So they all blew up. I died. I respawn. Island gone. Completely combusted and dead. I look. The chest is broken. My bed broken. Everything that I had in that chest, which was all of the Eyes of Ender, again, by the way, gone. And at that point, I was like, alright, my progress has been completely eradicated twice now, and this is like major progress. So at that point, I was like, alright, I need to think of something. I have to stop taking my time. So I just rushed, man. And I kind of coped because I had less Eyes of Ender than I normally should have, and I got lucky because it was the perfect amount to get to the to enter the end and beat the dragon. So happy about that conclusive moment of time. Very happy. Now I want to be miserable again, so I need a new Chaos mod. It would be really cool if Red Dead had Chaos mod. It would be really awesome. Red Dead 2. Or any Rockstar game, but honestly, like, I don't want to play the older ones. It doesn't seem like Red Dead 2 will have a Chaos mod anytime soon. And also, in all fairness, I think it might suck a little bit. No matter what they do with Red Dead to make it Chaos mod worthy, like, I thought about it in my head. GTA has cars. Minecraft, you don't really need vehicles, and if you do, then you have a boat, right? What would you do in Red Dead? I guess just like horse memery, but I don't know. Like how funny is horse memery until it isn't? You know what I mean? That's kind of the predicament I was in when it was. I'm starting to buy water. I'll be safe here. Throw on. You've merely moved all your assets to an isolated and easily targetable location for me to destroy them. Yeah. There are carriages, true. But like everything, travel in Red Dead's kind of like slow. You've seen Red Dead Chaos mod? Really? Well, I saw one that was like a work in progress, but they said later on that they are going to stop working on it because it's not worth it. It could be the same, it could be different, I'm not sure. Shadow Wizard Money Gang.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We love casting spells.
Nice. Yeah. I do want to do another Chaos thing, but I don't know what. You know, like, here's the thing. I think of, like, all the games I could do in Chaos mod that'd be really fun, and then I think, again, I'm like, oh, Red Dead 2 Chaos mod? I have horse travel. Like, what am I gonna do about this? Like, horse travel's slow, dude, so it's already inconvenient as it is to get from one place to another while chaos is going on around you. And if for whatever reason there's like explode horse, explode horse, explode horse, it's not free to get another horse in the game. Like, it doesn't respawn. If your horse dies, you don't get a new one. I don't think you do, at least. So, I don't know. Elden Ring Chaos Mod is, like, the next thing I kind of want to do. Spawn bears? That would be hilarious. Dude, like, if I'm just randomly fishing and then, like, 50 bears spawn around me and I get consumed, that'd be hilarious. But I think I have to play it. Look, the Chaos Mod isn't just made by the modder themselves, right? Like, other people, the streamer or whoever's doing Chaos Mod, in this case, a YouTuber or a streamer, also has to be good at reacting to it in a way that makes it kind of entertaining. Because, like, I watched other people do Chaos Mod, and they just, like, they were kind of, like, emotionless, Pomni, emotionless. Like, they would just, it would happen, their car would explode, and they're like, okay, well, go again. So, like, you need some good reactions, too, you know? I think that's why people really, and, like, not to, like, toot my own horn or anything, but a lot of people really seem to enjoy when I played Chaos Mod. Granted, yeah, I think I overdo my reactions all the time. I feel like PewDiePie with amnesia or something. Maybe I should do that with horror maps in VRChat more often too. I wonder how entertaining it would be if I just started screeching like a pansy for no reason. Just like, I think it'd be funny. Dude, I don't know what playlist this is. Oh, this is my sleep playlist. That's right. Yeah, I found that like a lot of people when they do certain playthroughs of stuff, like especially Chaos Mod, for whatever reason, they just like they either get really pissed off or they don't say anything. It's okay, right? Like, dude, it would be really funny. They just spawn a giant like alligator on you. That'd be funny. Oh man, I've been in my hoodie all day today. That's the other thing. When I woke up in the hot, steamy environment of my room at night, I was in my hoodie, covered by my weighted blanket. And I have long pants on. I started sweating, bro. Bro, it was not a pleasant time. Like, you know how people are always like, oh, saunas are just so riveting and nice and just so calming. Bro, I would die. I can't go to a sauna. I hate sweating. Sweating makes me really mad. Really mad. I hate sweating. Hate it. We also know if your actions pretty well. So we know that if you don't say anything, you're extremely pissed. Yeah, it's really easy to know if I'm mad. Oh, I've just like morphed away. Why? I just move. I'm so stupid. Oh my god. I have to go over here. This tracker doesn't like finding me anymore unless I'm like in the right area. Yeah, there are very easy ways to tell if I'm actually like mad at something. But I could also just be bored of something and then I won't talk either. The thing is, depending on the game, right? Depending on what video game I'm playing, the easiest way to tell if I'm pissed is if I'm not joking around as much anymore. I'm probably over it. I'm like, yeah, let's just play something else or do something else. But like, if everyone else is having a good time
it's easier for me to also have a good time. If someone else is frustrated in some sort of way, my vibes will adjust. Like the vibes of the room is what I usually adjust to. I could be having the worst day ever, but if everyone's having a good time in a world in like VRChat, I'll probably have a good time too. Doesn't matter like how I'm feeling normally, regularly. It really depends. It really depends. Yeah, I'm an empath. True. True, true, true. Ugh. So like, and the reason I meme at Juvie all the time when it comes, or well, it was less a meme back then, but more so now, right? And the reason I do that is because although it was really, really obnoxious to play League at the time, like I probably got more upset that he was upset over the fact that something's happening. Because then, to me and my brain, that means he's not having fun, right? And that's the thing. So if I play like, uh, Trials of Osiris in Destiny 2, and either nobody's talking, or something's happening that's worthy of like feeling a little bit like not tilted, but just like, oh, here we go again. It's gonna affect me, and then I'm gonna be like, oh, here we go again. But then like for whatever reason, it just goes like a level higher or something sometimes. So I'm just like, I'm just gonna stay quiet and not say anything, and hope someone catches on. The other thing is like sometimes I just don't talk when playing stuff. If it's a calm game like Core Keeper, Terraria, something like that, and I end up like dying or something. Oh, not dying. Sorry, what? We're just chilling, fishing. Yeah, like I can still be quiet for that. Doesn't mean I'm pissed that I'm fishing. I like fishing. The lyric here that's repeating pisses me off. This actually pisses me off. Because it sounds like, out of time, my friend, right? But it's actually entertain my fate. I don't know why I'm a country sounding, but that's the sound. You hate fishing? I love fishing. I love fishing. Fishing's poggers. Ooh, yeah. I miss 21 Pilots. I miss this 21 Pilots. Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna say it. They fell off. That's not true. They're still okay, but like I don't actively listen to this kind of music anymore, so they have some good bangers in like newer albums. I actually didn't know one of the albums had a song, or there was a song that I really liked from 21 Pilots that's more recent, and I didn't know it was from like um a newer album. I thought it was like old because it sounded yeah. Where is it? Was it Never Take It? God, this is gonna be problematic to find out. Oh, I think it was Good Day. Yo, this is funny. This is funny. I was going through my sleeping playlist. This is my sleeping playlist, and this song played. around like 4 in the morning or whatever when I woke, or not 4, but whatever time I woke up, like an hour and a half later or something. And I looked at my phone and I looked at the song playing. I'm like, wait a second. Midnight Grand Orchestra. Fausto was talking about this. This is Suisei, isn't it? So I look and I'm like, wait, I added this in 2022 before Fausto ever even mentioned Hoshimachi Suisei verbally to me. I added this into my playlist. I was a Suisei fan before Fausto. Boom. That's funny, but no. I didn't know until I heard it. I was like, wait, I've heard the song before. What is it? What's my favorite soup? Right now, I really like barley soup, like a lot. But borscht, red borscht, barszcz czerwony z uszkami is like my life, my life supplement, my fuel, my power, right? To be fair, my mood for soup does change pretty often. But it doesn't matter what soup I'm given, I'm going to eat it anyway because I love soup. Proper soup. Not like rock soup or whatever you guys are going to be like, oh, so you would eat like cum soup? No. Is cereal soup? No. Cereal is not soup. Actually, yes it is. But hot dogs are also burgers. Hot dogs are sandwiches. So if they added fishing to League of Legends, I'm not going to play League of Legends. Also, they did add fishing to League of Legends. Is soup a sandwich? It could be, with the right ingredients. Soup has to be hot, though? Yeah, but cereal can be hot. I mean, I wouldn't suggest it, but I've heard from many people that they put their milk into a microwave, heat it up, and then, eat the soup. Boil milk skin? God, I hate that. Can a sandwich be a soup, though? No, a sandwich cannot be a soup. People will tell you that you can just shred or grind or whatever. You can blend your sandwich, turn it liquid, and then turn it into a soup. No, that's not how it works. You cannot reverse engineer a sandwich into a soup. It's just canonically incorrect and scientifically not right. People have told you that a lot. Well, there you go. Precisely. It is what it is. If you blend a sandwich, is no longer a sandwich. That is wrong. A sandwich is always a sandwich no matter what the sandwich becomes. A sandwich can become soup, but it cannot be spoop. No. Incorrect. A sandwich has to be constructed a certain way. Precisely. The science of a sandwich does not equate to the science of soup. They are different. They are materialized in a way in which does not make sense in the mortal realm. So you cannot combine them like that. Well, you could combine them. You could have a sandwich and soup and eat them at the same time. I think a soup can be a sandwich, but a sandwich can't be a soup. Precisely, a sandwich cannot be a soup. It cannot. It's what it's. It just will not happen. No. No. It won't. You are surrounding. I have played Suika game. Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm blowing my nose. Me when I toot the elephant. Yeah, I played it. I got 3K and then I didn't play it ever again. I wanted to beat Rose's score. But I'm gonna be real, when I hit 3K, barely hit 3K, I was like, I'm kind of over it. Just gonna move on. 28, 29, oh man. My highest before 3K was like 2980 something. Or 2972. And I was like, wow, I don't want to play anymore. But then I did. I brute forced it. I played. I got 3K. I won. I won. Took my 3K. Walked away. A happy man. Now you need 4K? Hell no. Oh, hell no. 4K. Yeah, let me just go get those cheats that everyone else used and get a 7K real quick. This is not the song. Whatever. Yeah, I know that if you combine two watermelons, they disappear. I think Fausto read that and told me. I don't know what song it was, unfortunately. You are surrounding all my surrounding. Yeah, she's going for 4K. No, no. They really are desperate, aren't they? I mean, like, it doesn't even matter. I don't know. Do they want to brag that like their name is on the leaderboard? I guess so. That's what most people do, right? They want to be like, yeah, I'm a god. I got a 7K. But everyone knows that no, like, there's only like 2 people who legitimately got to 4K, right? So that's enough for me to be like, yeah, okay. Well then, anyone above 4K is or whatever is like not a legitimate score. So, like, I don't care. Rose going for 4K. That's crazy. I could not. I can't do it. You want to see this anime? It's pretty good. Pretty good anime. It would be for that season. It would have been my favorite, but I'm not gonna lie. And like, to be fair, these are hard to compare because one is Oshinoko and the other one's Mashal, right? So Mashal is just so funny and it was such a good anime. I would rather have a season 2 of that over Oshinoko. Like, I would rather watch Mashal. It was so funny. They're both confirmed to have a season 2, but you know. You think this is Dragon Ball? It is. Precisely. There's a lot you still want to see. I want to finish Calling of the Night or whatever. The vampire anime. I really want to finish it. I forgot about the goddamn Felix feet emote. Why is ball of feet? Because I can't put actual balls. I'd get banned. We already have, like, emotes from 7TV that should get us banned. But they don't. Dude, oh my god, you know, like, if Twitch... Why he has titty... Whoa. Felix is not... How could you say that? Because Twitch doesn't have 7TV? Yeah, but imagine if, like, Twitch one day was like, yo, we're disabling all third-party things. They're now officially against the rules. And, like, you can't use 7TV, BTTV, or anything. Holy hell. People would leave. Like, genuinely, people would leave, I think. No, there's no way they will. If they disable 7TV and BTTV, like the thing that carries most of their website, I don't even... YouTube has probably done that in the last few weeks. I mean, YouTube absolutely cringe-fested with whatever this, like, ad block thing is. But YouTube, I'm pretty sure they stated that 7TV is fine, right? Or no? Like, they were okay with people using 7TV and BTTV and all that. I might be wrong, but I thought that I saw a statement saying that it's fine. It's not like I'm ever going to be tempted to move to YouTube unless, like, Twitch absolutely annihilates like their ability to, you know, just like there's no way. They're taking some good steps. I think Twitch is making some good choices. I'm hoping they cancel a few choices they made, but then all the other ones that are good, they should just stay and, you know, like just keep going that way, yeah. Simulcasting being allowed, that's good. We're going a step in the right direction. Thank you, Clancy man. Thank you, Clancy man. See, everything's kind of working out slowly. First raccoon VRC streamer on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know about that. I feel like there's probably been a raccoon VRC streamer on YouTube. I mean, let's be real. I could just do that right now, but there's no point. Well, second then. This has the worst opinions on the internet. I'm not saying they shouldn't stay above water, but this money crap is annoying. Oh yeah, look what happened to Bungie, right? Money. Money. Must be funny in a rich man's world. Bungie shooting itself in the foot. Well, it's not Bungie shoot. Well, okay. Aside from the CEO of Bungie, it's a huge Sony diff too. Yeah. Speak again, I swear. Yeah. It drove me insane when I played that game. Absolutely, like, ballistic. Kind of over the song. Go next. Oh, I hate when something gets between, like, two big collisions. Two big merges of fruit. I hate when that happens. Hate it. Hate. I missed the other avatar. This one's okay, but... You have 5 pairs on screen? One time... Oh, yeah. Felt it. Getting flashbacks. One time I had 3 like of the pre watermelon things. I think they're just regular melons. I don't know. I don't remember, but 3, and they wouldn't combine. None of them. But I got like to 2K without a watermelon, so that was cool, I guess. Rick Ross, he eat pears. I like peaches. Do you have a work? Oh, like a job? This is basically it. At least for now. I did used to do real estate. He'll still use socks soon enough. Yeah, actually, there's a pair I have to throw out because there's holes in them. You guys want to buy? All right, place your bets. Or okay, ready. Starting at $1. Icos use socks. Going once. Here we have $1. I can't speak as fast as they do. Icos Secretary Rocket Raccoon, but don't tell anyone. Oh, secretly, yeah. Lucrative business. They just wanted budget cuts. They didn't tell them to fire people technically. Yeah, true.
Let me get it started.
Oh, we've got $1. We got $1. We got $1. 100 bits. Are we seeing 200 bits or $2? Anybody? Going once. Going twice. Going thrice. Going quatrice. Going. Okay. Sold. Aiko's hold up broken used socks for 100 bits. Congratulations. Sony has like 1 billion to make sure Bungie would. What is that? I have to go see what that was. How much did you just? What did you? All right, well, hold on. Stream elements.com, because you know it's just yeah, that's the good stuff. All right. Dashboard. All right, hold on 1 second. All right. Okay. $3. Coffee for $3 hairs. All right. Going. Can we get a $4? Going once. Going twice. 3 times. Going. There's hair in my eyes. Help. Sold. Right? No one gonna. Do I have to wait for delays? Do you want to know more about that situation? Hold on. Depends which YouTuber this is. Who uploaded this? Young, yeah. I don't even know who that is. No, wrong. Incorrect. Probably an L streamer, L YouTuber. Don't watch that one. Find someone better. Like Datto. Or Fallout Plays. My gaming information guy? Your gaming information person's wrong! Goddamn my hair, dude. It's not winnable. We're not beating the hair allegations today. You saw eyes and teeth? I don't even. What happens if I morph into the camera? I think it just like spins out, right? Oh god. Guys. Now what have you done? 4.2. I don't know why TTS is not working. Ravis for $4.02. 420. Going once. Can we get $5? Going once. Going twice. There's still hair in my eyes. Any 430s? Any fun? Guys, I'm not actually sending you these socks. You know that, right? It would be. You guys bidding on socks that are already in the trash can. Once there's a hole in the sock, it's going into the trash. That reminds me. That's what I should ask for Christmas. I just need more socks. Oh Jesus! What is, guys? Foffy for $5. For $5. Foffy. Can we get $6? $6 for socks. Yeah, these socks are selling. Good Lord Almighty. I'll go. Guys. Juvie for $20. What are you doing? Okay, that's it. We're stopping now. Yo, y'all need to relax. $20 for socks? Alright, can I get $21 for socks with holes in them that are already in the garbage can? Going once. Going twice. 3. Sold to Juvie. Sold to Juvie. $20. Aiko's used socks. Okay. Thank you, Juvie. Thank you, guys. Don't use it for microtransaction, please. What you got? It's funny you say that, because I was going to say that's what I'm going to do, but I'm not actually going to. No, I'm not. Listen, any donation that just happened, I'm just gonna use for my VTuber model. Let's just be real. They're being set aside. There's nothing. 100 and you send the socks for real. $100. French fry from McDonald's. Yeah, will do. If it goes to microtransaction, I'm gonna ask a refund. I don't even a singular fry. Yeah. I don't really intend on even buying any of the Overwatch skins. If anyone else does, I don't care. I don't really want to. I mean, apparently, they all have like their own animations and sounds and stuff that are unique. I'll see it on YouTube and then I'll really think about it. But I really don't think I don't play Overwatch anymore. I feel like it doesn't serve a purpose for me to spend money on it. You know what I mean? Overwatch does not deserve that. Yeah, that too. True. Like, they already took away the one thing I looked forward to, so Overwatch's value is, like, 0 to me. Like, if Fausto wants to play eventually, and I'm, like, feeling it, yeah, I probably would. Reaper, what did you just purchase? I don't have socks in my throne. What? What is there to even buy? There's like nothing new in there. Pizza blanket. Pog. Reaper, thanks for buying the pizza blanket. I actually really wanted that. Okay, hear me out. During the you actually just got it like, okay, actually thank you, for real. Like for real. Okay, so like I was thinking about the pizza blanket for the wintertime because I always have my window open. And like if I'm gaming at the PC, I'll just have it covering me. Now I have a pizza blanket. I don't know how I'm gonna explain this when it arrives. I'm gonna be like, pizza blanket. They're gonna laugh at me. Thanks, man. I'll consider it your Christmas present to me. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I appreciate everyone for their donations today. Very unnecessary for socks with holes in them. You guys gonna like... I don't even want to know what you would do with them, but... Ice cream machine. I think I took that off of the throne. And if I didn't, then it's not like you can't buy it anymore anyway. I was gonna come back for story, but then they even changed that. Yeah, that's true. There's not even story stuff anymore. It's kind of like, eh. $1,000. Yeah, I mean... Oh, it's still there? Yeah, don't buy that. I'm serious. I've never played Skylanders, no. So when you get almost cooked again, it's time to be in a pizza? Yeah. $100 cheaper now? Huge! Now it's buyable and affordable. Don't do it. I'm not kidding. That is there for the memes. I'm actually scared one day someone will show up, look at my throne, click the button, buy me the ice cream machine, and I don't know what to do with that. I'm serious. Don't buy me it. It's gonna go in the basement, and I won't be able to use it. If I ever become a super successful streamer, and someone sent me the ice cream machine, I know what I'm gonna do. I'll have it somewhere in the background of my room. It'll be like on a pedestal. A massive one. You would buy me a VTuber avatar, whatever it's called? Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, the VTuber models only get more expensive by the day. Rent it out? Yeah, true. Wait, you're right. What if I just profit off of it and just like have people rent my ice cream machine for like events? As long as it's not a McDonald's ice cream machine. They are. They're quite literally McDonald's ice cream machines. It is the machine. And that's the reason that like it's so expensive, is because no normal human being buys it. That's for McDonald's or like Burger King. Dude, oh my god, what if I just did an IRL like video on YouTube one day and it's me like taking my ice cream machine to like fast food places? I go to a McDonald's, I'm like, "Hey, can I get can I get a vanilla frosty or whatever? And they're like, oh, our ice cream machine's broke. I'm like, oh, no worries, no worries. Leaves for a second, comes back with the ice cream machine. Yo, guys, I got the. Yo, hold on, I got you. For the next 5 minutes. You in the U-Haul? Oh my god, I'm gonna buy a pickup truck. I'm gonna buy a pickup truck and I'm just gonna like drive the ice cream machine around, plug it in, be like, all right, guys. I heard somebody wanted a vanilla frosty today. No one's done that yet. Someone should do that. You bought Breath of the Wild? Enjoy. Very good game. Very, very good game. A game I regret, but also don't regret not streaming. It's kind of half and half. Like, I'm sad that I didn't stream it when I could have. But also I was going through a time where I just didn't want to. I'm gonna make it as I'm glad that this year I didn't have like a major break in between streams. The only time I had like a break in between streams was when I was away. For the 2-week period where I didn't stream because I was away. That was good. I felt pretty good about that. Hydrate, could do. I'll do that in just a second. You also got Elden Ring. Which one are you going to play first? Breath of the Wild or Elden Ring? Both are very good. I mean, I would say that I would rather play Elden Ring. But, I mean, Breath of the Wild is still really good. Extremely good. You tell me, Elden Ring. Let me hydrate. Try Adobe Photoshop now. All right. Thanks for putting an ad on my own stream, on my own preview, on my own timeline stream board thing. Yo, does anyone else get that? I don't know how many of you have like your streamer. I love that one. That's a good redeem. It's such a good redeem. Like, I already like most of those redeems as it is, but that one's just like so good. It pumps me up. Gets the blood flowing, you know what I mean? I'm more likely to play Elden Ring multiple times over than Breath of the Wild. And it's not because Breath of the Wild isn't replayable. It's just, I think it's style preference or maybe gameplay, I don't know. I would rather play Tears of the Kingdom on that would be the real like comparable. Would I rather play Tears of the Kingdom or Elden Ring on like if I had to repeat one? It still might be Elden Ring just because it's moddable. Or well, I guess Tears of the Kingdom is as well. Not legally, but it is. I guess I would have to think about it. Depends how good the mods are for Tears of the Kingdom. Do you play instruments? I can. Or, well, I used to be able to. Piano, guitar. I have an ocarina. I can play the Aki way. Alright. I can't play it, but I have it. I tried, and then I got lazy. Spitfire! That's a good one. That's a good redeem. It's not too long. That's a good one. I like that one. I'm going to add some new redeems to make up for the ones that I've removed. For sure. I don't know when yet. We'll see. I do intend on adding some new ones. There's one that Fausto had constantly mentioned that I haven't added it yet. I will add that eventually. I already forgot which one it was, but there was one that he wanted me to add, so I'll add that eventually. Oh yeah, right, the Jing Liu one. I want to add the Jing Liu, like, but the ultimate is changed. That one would be good. Spitfire. Yo, I hope you guys aren't getting slapped with too many ads. I feel like I should just be playing them on my own, but it's really hard to do that from VR. Like, when I'm in VR, I just want to stay in VR until I'm done. So I even hate, like, hydrating half the time, but I need to do that, because otherwise I will perish. I'll perish. You guys have any, like, crazy good anime recommendations for this season? Just do the ads in person. Hello, everybody. Welcome to this newly created. Yo, so Bran Flakes, am I right? Yo, what's up, Egg Fruit? Wait, Lethal Company was made by one guy? If that's the case, that's crazy. Non-anime, but like, oh, I do hear Invincible's pretty good. Like stand-up, not ads. Yeah, I mean, that's, yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Introducing the new, revolutionary, insane Scrub Daddy. It is everything you want and more. Why is one of the tags feet? Because we love feet in this channel. That's right. We love feet. Bare toes. Shadow is your money game.
We love casting spells.
Stare champ. Well, because if you deny that you're into something, then everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, you're coping hard." So I'm just gonna go fully into it. I'm gonna let people believe what they want to believe. We here are into feet. It is what it is. You like feet? Yeah, just a lot. For the King 2 is out. What the hell? Munching some fries. Jealous I am. Jealous I am. Fries I want. Prove it? What do you mean? Look, I don't have to prove anything. I'm super into them. What's your favorite thing about them? Oh, man. When they're painted black. Boom. Get wrecked. Yep, that's right. When the toenails are painted black, boom. Riveting. It's what it's. Ugh. This is perfection. Right here. God damn it, now I have to go put it back on. Wow, I've never sniffed my screen so fast before. Hope Faust is taking notes. He doesn't have to. He's actually into them. I mean, so am I, of course. How'd you do that? Oh, you know. I'm just really flexible. Looks fun, but we have too much to play already. Damn, you can play with 4 people now instead of 3. I didn't even know you can only... I forgot that you can only play with 3 originally. So do you believe me that I'm into them or no? Was that enough, like, evidence? What's the thing that NMP said? Oh, yeah, the arch. The arch, yeah. Mm-hmm. The foot arch. Oh, yeah. Those are crazy. Boom. See? More. I don't even know what he meant by that. I'm not gonna lie. You guys have so much in common. Yeah, we're old. And we like geography. And... yeah. That's why it was only us in winter. Yeah, that makes sense. We also do have a lot to play right now. How old are you? Like 50. When he said he wanted to swipe, he didn't mean credit cards. I want to swipe! I want to swipe! He's so right, though. Dude, I do. I look at Honkai Star, I'm like, what if I just had a really strong topaz? Like, God, that'd be awesome. What if I just swiped? What if I just gave it $100? You know, did a few rolls, got the light cone, maybe an idol on one topaz. Imagine how crazy that would be. Oh, it's a problem. It's a problem. No, I won't. Don't believe me. I have no reason to do that. Free to play is the way to go. Free to play in quotes because people have paid for my success in that game. But I play daily, and my Jingliu is cracked. Shadow Wizard Money Gang.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We love casting spells.
You sure like that redeem. So this one time at band camp, my bandy and I, we went over to the thing to look at the moon, and the moon was actually crazy. There was an eclipse, so that was really funny. And then a giant earthworm ate us, and then so our companion saw that. Well, she didn't. Okay, you might agree with me on this. I'm tired of seeing Fausto as Suisei. Because I want him to have an OC, I see him as. I don't mind. I don't mind that he's a Suisei, but I do agree it would be cooler to see him in his own character, yeah. I would certainly prefer him having his own OC in VRChat as opposed to being Suisei for sure. But I'm not tired of Suisei. To be fair, I would rather him be an Iris because I actually see Fausto more comparative to Iris than Suisei. I did die. Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, he has his own OC. He says he doesn't, but he does have his own OC. I'm debating just getting Leaf to draw out the OC and just commissioning Shin to make an avatar. Does your FF character count as an OC? Not Johanne. He has an actual OC. But he usually says that his aura is his OC. I don't actually. I think of his OC as the actual OC that was drawn. Anime girl with a ribbon on their head. Shortish hair. It's like medium length. If it was easier to do the whole process of making model and importing it with standard tools, I would attempt again. I mean, I could just ask Shin. You just gotta get drawn out. I still have to ask Shin to make the one thing. I still have I have everything pointed out for the avatar, so I'm gonna send it to Shin soon. I haven't done it yet because I'm all over the place. There's so much going on around me. War. Actually, that's quite literal. Aware. I mean, I guess you can count your Final Fantasy character as an OC if you really wanted to. So, Fausto could have multiple OCs, and one of them is Johanne. I could say that Pankex is one of my OCs, and I also have Azusa Gwibbler. But, the fully drawn out ones that you made yourself count more, you know? So, the one that I have, the actual raccoon guy, the short-haired, ribbon girl. What determines if something is an OC? Well, that's hard to say, because anything can be an OC if you really think hard enough. But to answer your question, I guess I'm not tired of seeing Suisei, no. That's kind of just the other Fausto. I would prefer if he had a different variation of Suisei. Do you count buying an OC in an OC auction counts, or is it as meaningful? That's hard. It depends what you do with it after. So if you win an OC in an auction, or you buy it out and you get this new OC, it depends if you go ham on making it your own. Or if you just buy it and then yo guys, this is me now. and that's it. I think it's less meaningful if you. I used to be super against selling OCs. I felt like everyone had to make their own. I don't mind if you'll buy their own. Some people are not creative enough, and that's not like a flaw. It's just it is what it is. Some people are not creative enough to have their own OC like that. You know, like they can't just make their own. It's hard to envision. Well, actually, that's quite literal too. Of course, like it's been 4 years. What do you think of people using AI to make their fan art of their VRChat model? Well, I don't like AI, so I don't know. Look, I'm not an artist, so my opinion of that is kind of irrelevant. For one, everyone's like, well, it makes it easier for the artist because then they have something to work with. But then the other part is like, well, artists really hate when you use AI, and they usually blacklist you and like send you to other artists to not allow you to ever be commissioned again. I'm kind of in the middle ground where I'm like, well, this is true. This is also true. I guess it depends if the artist is comfortable with AI. So I don't know. Adoptables are fine. IMO provided it's not just a copy paste with like hair color changes. True. I use AI to commission. I think I was really hard against AI for a while. And then for a time I was also like, yeah, I mean you could use it to make things easier. But I've seen more and more like artists say, do not bring AI to me. And I feel like I want to respect more towards, you know, the people who actually put the work in, I guess. I don't know. I have to say, the cringiest thing I have seen so far, AI related, is the people who sit there and like complain. And they're like, dude, I worked so hard, dude. I was working so hard on AI stuff. And I'm like, bro, you're writing words into a prompt. What do you mean you worked hard? What? What? Here's a crazy hot take. What do you mean permission for what? Depends on the AI model you use as well. I'd say most our trained artists work without permission, which I think is pretty, I guess. To use their work to train the AI model. Capitalism is the problem. If humans had all their basic needs provided, if artists didn't make money off their art, AI would be a lot more accepted. Yeah, it's probably true, honestly. Well, do artists have permission to learn from other people's art, which are not AI? Well, listen, there's a difference between tracing art and just like taking inspiration. AI voices? Man, I don't know. Halo without Riz. Yo, what's up? It's okay. Listen, we can't all be the Rizzlers, right? Right? He awkwardly nudges in the direct. I just put it in the title. I don't got no Riz either. It's fine. Let's be real, right? Like, you're currently not existing. Same. If you consider AI like equal to tracing other people's art, then it's extremely cringe. With no permission. You're one of the only wrestlers of Oz. If art was about the passion and you didn't make money off of it, artists could draw because they just want to. Also, they would draw what they want and not fetishes that they have money that they have to for money. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm kind of like even grounded. I'm just like AI is cringe. But also if it helps, it helps. Like I don't know. I really don't know where to stand in those kind of things. What games are you playing today? Well, I only play like one or two other games off stream these days. I played Final Fantasy. I played some Lethal Company. That was fun. Normally I would play Destiny 2, but I'm currently on my Doomer arc, so I don't want to boot that game up. On stream? Oh, we don't play games on stream anymore. That's on Tuesdays. Can I play the Game of Life? Yeah, I have that board game. We just VR chat now. We're just VR chatters. I did consider doing Lethal Company on stream today, but then I was like, I think I'll just save it for Tuesday. Tuesdays are our variety days. That's the only day where we play a game that isn't VR chat, really. I'm currently losing the Game of Life. Yeah, me too. Threatens artists, and now everyone hates it and blah. Well, to be fair, people hate everything. People hate absolutely everything. The thing is, if artists don't make money, then like every artist deserves to make money from the art. Can confirm, I do hate everything except hugs. Oh, I hate those too. I hate hugs especially. Physical contact. No. That's fair. Yeah, I don't like a handshake is as far as I'll go. I'm not a germaphobe or anything. Feet holding. Yeah, Falso didn't want to feet hold with me in Vegas. That's why my life hasn't been good since I got back. Germaphobe, yeah. That is Leafeon's true. AI is directly using databases from artists without permission. I do think that even if it wasn't about the money, like artists will care. You know, if people really care about their art, then they will care that their art is being used for AI training and stuff. It is what it is, right? It's okay. I've kind of like I went on Twitter and I put it in the tags and stuff. Or the ban thing, so I just don't see it. I just wish AI just didn't exist as a whole. Well, how is AI supposed to learn art without looking at art then? Well, I don't know. I don't make AI art and I don't train AI. Because that's just not my thing. Stupid and have huge egos? Yeah. Like, I don't do anything AI related. That's all far away. I even blocked AI art from my timelines on Twitter. Yo, thank you. Yeah, I love raccoons too. Thank you for the follow, TechnoRave. I see the one upside of it, right? Where it makes things easier for people to go to an artist and be like, this is what I want, but I want you to make it actually good and not AI. What's up, non-dairy saucer? Adobe Firefly, for instance, is trained only on their own stock image library. I think that's a whole lot more on the moral end of the spectrum. Listen, man. Ever since I saw the typed out AI written like apology from the people who made Golem, I just like I don't even take it seriously anymore. I'm like, oh okay. I'm gonna go to AI and have them just like write out a tweet for me. I'll get them to like schedule a bunch of tweets for me. Like, all right, what should I tweet out tomorrow? Damn it, I forgot to tweet out like a going live message with Leaf took some good pictures of my character the other week, a few weeks ago. I forgot I could use them to like go live and just put them down. Imagine an artist that trains their own personal AI tool on background and poses and someone commissions their OC with an onsen. Yeah, I mean, I could see that being neat. Yeah. And the artist can load an onsen setting from AI based on their art and a sketch pose based on their art and then fill in the rest. That would save an artist a ton of time. Imagine having the same take on AI as Elon Musk. I don't. What is his take on AI? He hates it. So you're a supporter of AI just because Elon Musk doesn't like it? Imagine putting microchips in people's brains, like how people use it for coding currently. There are definitely benefits to AI, but imagine having the same take as Elon Musk on breathing. Yeah, true though. Imagine having the same take on literally anything as Elon Musk. Would it though? Because like they would need a bunch of stuff already drawn out for the AI to make anything beneficial to pop out. He hates it. Yeah, I don't think about people like that. I make my own opinion. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I know. We live in a time where people have to make opinions based off of like popular people. Wild. Imagine like letting Elon Musk live rent free in your brain. Your own opinion? That's messed up. I know. Well, if the alternative is drawing the backgrounds and poses anyway. I truly don't care what people do, right? I really don't. If you want to use AI to get like art commissioned of your character, go for it. I'm not going to look at you any differently. If you go and commission artists and the artist like slurs at you for using AI and like doing that, that's on you. That's your fault. If like if you want to buy Overwatch like bundles for skins, go ahead. That's your money, not mine. Like I don't care. Like I really don't. No? Yo, it's funny you say that, Juri, because Elon Musk also agrees. Did you know he says you shouldn't buy Overwatch skins? Is that gonna make you change your opinion? No? Wow, that's crazy. You're agreeing with Elon Musk. Imagine agreeing with Elon Musk's opinion on buying Overwatch skins. Jennifer Lawrence says that too. Yeah, but she's based. I'm gonna find out just right now. I'm gonna find out she was in some crazy controversy. Oh God, here we go. Who's she? She's the she's Katniss Everdeen in the Hunger Games. What? Whoa, the books didn't suck. The movie sucked. That's not Jennifer Lawrence. I'm kidding. Is she actually? Wait, yes, she is. I was thinking of a different Jennifer, and I was memeing, but I was actually right. She is Candace Everdeen in the Hunger Games. Oops. What did you Google her name? It says Hunger Games, so I got it confused. Yeah, it's Jennifer Lawrence. Dude, I was thinking of the other Jennifer. What's her name? God damn it. My type of woman, I suppose tall. Like Jennifer Lawrence. Yeah, she's Candace Everdeen from the Hunger Games. What, you guys never watch the Hunger Games movies? I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. I went to see the first one in the movies. You didn't watch them? I like the books. The movies weren't that great. You also didn't read the books? Oh, okay. I mean, that's fine. The books were pretty good, to be fair. But I guess you can say most. The thing I just said is a direct quote from Jujutsu Kaisen. Oh, okay. Wait, direct? With Jennifer Lawrence in it? What? What? With her name and everything. What? That's kind of funny. I feel like I probably saw it on Twitter because I remember something like that anime related. I was like, "What?" But I don't remember Jennifer Lawrence. So I'm like, I don't think it's what you're. There's a character that just asks every guy he meets that. Oh my god! Barely lost your race. What are you racing? I thought you were doing the I thought you were doing fruit Suika game. That's crazy that you guys didn't know that about Jennifer Lawrence. Cause like, that's when I think of her. The first thing I think of is the Hunger Games. So wait, what do you guys think of? What I don't even. That's kind of like hard to ask. I don't know. Like, what do you think of Jennifer Lawrence? What do you think of? I went in grass at the very last second. Mario Kart. Oh, I see. The first character gives him a response. I do not have a type of woman, so long as she has unshakable character. That is enough for me. Oh my god. X-Men 2. Oh my god. All right. That's an interesting one. I was curious what Juvie would say cuz he's like, "What?" Unshakable. Unshakable. The blue lady. Wow. What? Well, you were surprised by Jennifer Lawrence being in the Hunger Games, so I was wondering what you would say, like, because you clearly know who that is. So, like, what do you think of when you think of Jennifer Lawrence? Is there a movie? A show? I literally don't know what she's been in except for the Hunger Games. Oh, and X-Men 2. But only because Fafi just reminded me. And literally no other reason. Use the wrong 2? Oh. Well, I know she's in an X-Men. She's in most X-Men movies? Well, I didn't know that. Interesting. Oh, my back. Old man hours. And not because I'm standing for the past 2 hours. Dude, I can't believe I stand for like, I mean, yeah, that's crazy, right? When I was younger, I would complain about standing in church like on Easter or something because we would just be late and we wouldn't get seats. Now I stand for like 4 hours. You're not actually sure? Oh, okay. I was just curious because you were surprised about Hunger Games, so I thought maybe you knew her from something else. But no, that's fair. She was the actress and blonde. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. You know what's crazy? Like some of the Harry Potter actors and actresses will eventually enter a generation where people won't think of them as Harry Potter characters. Like, how many people do you think watched that Hoof movie where Daniel Radcliffe was the main character, though, with the whatever, I don't know, I never watched the movie, but and like they think of Daniel Radcliffe as that instead of Harry Potter. That's wild. I'd actually never watched the Spider-Verse movies. I will eventually. Oh no, Daniel Radcliffe has done so much. I know. But like he will never escape Harry Potter. For me, in my head. Emma Watson will always be Hermione. Daniel Radcliffe will always be Harry. Rupert whatever will always be Ronald Weasley. Or whatever his name is. Where's the magical movie series? There's no way someone got that wrong. I think of Daniel Radcliffe when he's dual wielding 9mm tape to him. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, look, I don't think of Keanu as what is it called? Help. You guys know what I'm saying. Yeah, John Wick. Thank you. I literally think of him as Johnny Silverhand. Ted? Neo? Nope. Strange things. Foot at the Circle K, Aiko. Strange things are afoot. You said foot. You drag my attention. But what does it mean? Nope. He's Johnny Silverhand forever. It's over. But that's why I think he'll be really good in John Wick, because, you know, it's like... Yeah. Nope. Keanu Reeves, man. Was he Bill? I never actually watched Bill and Ted. Bill and Ted. Bill or Ted, whatever. Keanu in a Circle K parking lot? Oh! But obviously, I think of Bill and Ted. Interesting. Interesting. I was gonna go watch that in theaters, and I just ended up didn't. I did not. Problem with him in Neo is that his hair is short. I see. Felt so old in the moment, man. I mean, yeah, I guess it's true. Yeah. I mean, like, there's a lot of artists, actors that, like, fit a certain thing, but then they could look very different. Mr. Smith will always be Elrond. Yeah, that's true. Elrond. He does have a very recognizable face, but, like, he's more recognizable with the long hair. That is true. Some people can just change their hair and they will be a completely different person to me. But, like, Jim Carrey, right? Will always be Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. Or Truman. That depends on his hair, because Ace Ventura has the swoovly hair, right? He has the Ace Ventura hair. So that's easily Ace Ventura. But then if he has shorter hair, that's just Truman. That's it. Bruce Almighty. That's a fair one. And if he's green, The Mask. The Mask, Ace Ventura, can never be made again. I don't think of Bruce Almighty, which is really funny. But whenever I have my like moments of stuttering and then I just go, the first thing I think of is Bruce Almighty, where he like takes over what's his face and like put on my robe and wizard hat. Nope. My two like major Jim Carrey things are always going to be Ace Ventura and then Truman. Although Bruce Almighty does live rent-free in my head. A lot of Jim Carrey stuff lives rent-free in my head. Probably more than most other things. But he is my favorite actor of all time. Yeah, it's where he becomes God. Yeah. There's something on the CD. Just shh. Was the Green Mask show based on the movie, or was the show based on the show? Or was the movie based on the show? I have no idea. I actually have no clue. Unknown. Question mark. What is the... Yo, true! I don't think of that often, though. Based on the show? Show based on movie? Well, now I got two different answers. I think I had comics before as well. What? That's what you think of when you hear Jim Carrey? When I think of Robin Williams, I think of Bicentennial Man, or whatever it's called. I mean, I can watch them, but I won't be able to show them on stream. If you're okay with that, I can do it. Isn't the show older? I'm not sure. Comics were first, then movie, then animated. Video player world or just audio would be good enough for me. I mean, I guess I can ultimately try to like put them on stream. The problem is that OBS doesn't like anything that I click. It won't even open OBS for me, actually. You know why? Because I have the thing that hides OBS on stream usually. Damn, that's far in the future. The extra floor, the extra 4. I don't. Can you guys hear this if I play this? No, right? No, you can't. I know you want me to react to this, but there's a lot more problems than just that. Than my audio stuff as well. Can I change these really quick? I would have to change my sound source. That's the primary problem. Hold on, let me see. I mean, I guess ultimately I could just go into a world with a video player. I don't know any of those though. I don't know any video player worlds. Just jumps for the rest of the stream. If I just look up video player, will there just be a world with a video player? I don't need the vibes, so we'll just come back here in a moment. Video player. Video player and mirror. Yeah, I mean, virtual reality chat, am I right? Proxy. Wow. The rare Juvie alert, I think, right? Wow. Thanks for the gift sub to Trash Panda Coalition. What? Coalition. Alright. Two things need to be done. First, I need to remove this. I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to assume this is the media player. Here. We'll go flying mode. Well, let me set it to world first, then do this, then zoom it. Like here? Probably question mark. Seems good. Okay. I need to find the link. Hold on. I have to copy paste it. Copy. Paste. I think it does go on the left wall. I'm not sure. Wait, why is the camera still blurred when I turned off the focus thing? Yo, camera, you good? Turn off the focus. There you go. Oh man. Oh good lord. Oh good heavens. Holy smokes. You guys hear it, right? I don't have a particular preference. I knew it. You're boring. You're boring. I knew it. You're boring. Wait, Proxy, you're here. I just copy pasted what you sent me into our own chat. Yes? Question mark. Yo, I can't tell half the time. Look, sometimes you gift a sub and you're streaming, and I'm like, well, now what do I do? Q Media. I have one question for you. What kind of woman is your type?
よくわかんねえけど、強いて言うならケツとタッパのでかい女の子かな。ジェニファー・ローレンスとか。
What did you just put it?
地元じゃ負け知らずか。
You never lost anyone in your
ど
hometown.
うやら俺たちは親友の
That's so stupid. I really have to watch the anime, dude. Gonna get my hair out of my eyes. Getting punctured again. I need a haircut, man. Jennifer Lawrence. 5-minute daydream about them being best friends in high school. That's Jujutsu Kaisen. I thought it was just an action anime. It just seems like another JoJo's, but like actually funny. I'm your favorite VTuber? You're so lying to me right now. And I know that because we literally almost fought over Nanashi Mume. Those are good. Those are good videos. I kind of want to watch it. I always debate watching it. It's like Itadori, like Jennifer Lawrence, and then you see them in high school, and Muscle Guy says he's going to confess his feelings to the girl he likes. And Itadori's like, it says not to because he'll have to cheer him up. He confesses and she tears up the love. I thought she tears up. No, it's worse. She tears up the love letter. No. Hey man, let's go get ramen. My treat. Jennifer Lawrence. I don't want to be happy. I just want to be Paimon. Did I say Paimon? Pomni. I don't want to be Paimon. I'd rather die. Oh my god. This is horrendous. This is so bad. Oh. Hey, don't look there. Hey, I said don't look. God, it's so loud. Hey, a door. Oh. Oh my goodness. Pomni! Character not officially revealed yet. Okay. Crazy. Umbra. Wait, what is Metafest? What is this? Virtual expo for users and creators on VRChat shopping, socializing, music festival. No thanks. Do 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 do. We're gonna walk around town. Whatever this one is here. What does it stand for? I have no idea. To this day, I still don't know. You know, no one's actually Googled it. I don't know. I really have no idea what it means. Wow, what a crazy town. It's all blocky and has a supermarket and a trendy gift shop and... Seems like that's it so far. It's got like housing on the other side. Sorry about that, Mr. Carr. Supermarket. Alright, crazy. This looks like a good place to be. They got a coffee shop, a drugstore. We're gonna have to cross the street here. There's a bar. Drugstore. We gotta go check that out, right? Pizza. Restaurant. Fried chicken. Fried chicken. So it's a vlog mode. I just got hit by collisions randomly. Trendy gift shop. Wow. Coffee shop. Wow. Police! Oh my god. Oh my goodness. New fast food. I'm gonna become an IRL streamer. What do you guys think? I'm gonna walk around New York. Inevitably get mugged. Lose my camera. That'd be a good clip, right? You know what the sad part about that is that, like... It probably wouldn't even pop off that much because it's happened so many times in IRL streams that people would just be like, oh, the usual. Isn't that sad? Someone would be like an IRL streamer and just like nothing would like they wouldn't accomplish anything out of it. Like that. Apparently in Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, Vladimir Putin was 100% convinced that W was based on him. Jeez. They got some work going on here or something. Market. Gas station. These things are definitely well titled, well made. There's no interior anywhere, so that, you know, our immersion's paranoia seems to be a trait in Russian leadership. Yeah, that's not entirely incorrect. Oh, I hate the auto level. Watch out for falling pipes. Typical city, you know, stuff. You know how it is. I mean, not far from Hell's Kitchen, we had an entire crane fall a few months ago. I feel like I should put on some immersive music that, like, coincides with me walking down, like... If I was taking a walk outside, what music would I listen to? Yeah, that's easy. I have an answer to that immediately. Just one second. Sorry, I should make it more immersive. Here, I'm putting you guys on like a little... See, now you're actually like standing there and you're not falling. More immersive because you can hear, you know, the construction in the background somewhere. I can't find my playlist. Where'd it go? Top artist this month, Ado. Yeah, sounds about right. Top songs this month, City Ruins. Yeah, I guess, Near Automata. Yo, where is my playlist? Where did it go? Did it get DMCA'd for making a playlist on Spotify? Imagine. Okay, I don't know where it is. Yeah, I would definitely listen to this. Yeah. No, for sure. I would. Okay. Well. Yep, this is my walking music in cities. I should have like a phone in my hand. Like an actual. I should get Shin to give me a phone prop so if I ever do this again, I'll just put my chat here so when I look at it, it just looks like I'm looking at my phone. IRL streaming incarnate, but in VR. Oop. I'm not changing the song. I have a mini phone in my hand, you just can't see it. Alright, this city sucks though. Let's go somewhere else and converse the reality of things, right? Coven Party House, yeah, no. Fast Load Home, no. Dark Dungeon, yeah, that seems like something to walk through. Float in the Sky, do you guys, where are the cities? VRChat World Navi. Oh, this is chat AI navigation system in VR, yeah, true. Fuamoko Room, nope. Garden of Epopts, we're going here. I don't know what it is, but we're going. Sounds familiar, so. Pog? Nope. What in the world? Where even are we? You didn't think Gen 3 would be that stacked? They all are awesome. I don't mind all but the one what's the like all white like ghost one? Question mark? Is she a ghost? Bibu? I think so. Because there's Fuamoko, there's SH something, what's her face? I hear her voice, but her design's cool. There's Narissa, and I like Narissa. There's... Wait, how many would... Fuamoko, Shishiwiwiwi, Narissa. Yeah, there's 5 of them, right? Because Fuamoko's 2. And then there's the other one. Whatever the other one is, I guess it's Bibu. I can't stand that one. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I simply cannot stand it. Chiro Slander. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why I don't like that one. Shiori. Oh, I hate Shiori's voice, yeah. Look, man. Alright. Look. When you have a VTuber with a design that looks like they're dead on the inside, and then you give them the voice of, like, a prepubescent 12-year-old, right? Which I know she's just putting the voice on, but, like... No. Fausto's Oshi. Don't Iris. You talking about Iris? Suisei Hoshimachi. Fausto has a top 3, and the top 3 he says are always equal. That's Toka Toa, Suisei Hoshimachi, and Iris. Iris Hope. But he posted Shiori so much after she came. She what? She what? Huh? I think it's just a meme. I think he does it because he knows I don't like her voice. It's blatantly made so that I'm upset. But I don't really care. Isn't she the lewd one? I have no idea. I avoided watching any of her content because once I heard her voice, I'm like, well, now I'm disappointed. Whee! Okay, next song, please. I'm over it. I like that the song was like dirty poop brown. Doom 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 doom. I made the hair worse. This song's a banger. You're such a voicist? Yep. I am. Don't care. It is what it is. Whoa, I'm voicist. It is what... Look, if you have a character and your character looks edgy... It's like Hu Tao. Hu Tao works at a funeral home, and she's all like, yippee! No, dude. You have to sound like this, and like, just really dread everything. Shiori looks like... She'd be like, oh man, like, yeah, yo, what's up, chat? Like, it's good to see you. But she sounds like this! Hi, guys! Sick of it. Chrono, thank you for the follow. Run down those stairs and then run back up them again. Why? What, these right here? Are you talking about my, like, chest just going through? I want some more depression. I want people to fit the role of their character's appearance. And not ruin my immersion and my hopes and dreams. She literally looks dead on the inside as a character. She cries black blood. And then she sounds like she just got out of, like, the 4th grade. And passed all of her tests. My immersion's unrealistic. No, it's not. Why would someone sound like that if they look like that? That doesn't make sense. Like, wants people sad? I do. She can't change her voice, bro. Yeah, that's the problem. L design. She should have switched with, I don't know, Narissa. I like Narissa, though. W voice fits the character's design. People can like an aesthetic without making it their entire everything. Well, that's just wrong. And incorrect, and L. Why you no sound like raccoon? I do sound like a raccoon. Yeah, why you no sound like raccoon? Well, I do sound like a raccoon. I sound just like Rocket Raccoon. Alright, then put on your girl voice changer on. This is ruining my immersion. Live reaction? Well, no, that's not how it works. I'm not VTubing, I'm VR chatting. That's a different thing. Checkmate? No, that's not how it works. That's HoloLive VTubing, and like VTubing is a whole different spiel. Besides, my VTuber is actually a raccoon dude guy. But it is, though. You have the VTuber tag. Actually, your opinion is wrong. Well, okay. It could be, but I think you guys are wrong. I think if they're a character, they should play the character. That's it. Instead of every single VTuber ever in the world having a high-pitched voice that sounds cringe. You guys can disagree with me. I'm gonna think you're wrong. We in the majority? Yeah, but it's my stream, so I take priority, and you're all wrong. Taste is subjective, and if you want voice and appearance to match, that's fine. Yeah. I think that the voice should match the appearance. It doesn't always have to, but if you're going to go to such a measure with the character's design, then the voice should like fit. There are exceptions where like the voice doesn't have to, but it has like her design is literally like black blood coming out of her eye sockets, like evil demon. Her whole like trailer was demonic, evil, cruel monstrosity thing, and then she's that voice. My opinion is that I don't care. Well, there you go. She just archives books, though. You're not gonna change my opinion on her design being how it is. And then she's literally like a demon creature. Aiko's just a character. He probably isn't Poland right now. True, yeah, I'm not even Poland. Put her in a box? Yeah, at the moment I do because of her voice. Actually, that's the sad thing, is that I think Bibu, or whatever her name is, actually has a fitting voice for her design. So I probably actually prefer her over Shiori. And that's sad. Because I like Shiori's design the most out of all of the characters in the new, like, gen. But because of the voice not fitting and it, like, upsetting me, Narissa's number one. Which is fine. Like, I still like Narissa. It is what it is. Bibu. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what her name is. That's what Juvi said, so I thought that's who she is. Bijou or something? Whatever it is. At least her voice fits her avatar, you know? That's not to say, like, I'm gonna look at Leaf's avatar and be like, that doesn't look British. You clearly haven't watched her, Juice. Yuland. Juvi Yuland. It's time. Her name is Bibu now. I watched some of Bibu. Whenever Fausto would be asleep, I would like open some Bibu streams and be like, I don't know, I'll watch. We already know I'm a complicated individual, but I do think in most aspects, if you go to such like lengths, right, to like have an avatar look that good, you might as well play the character at that point. They're already playing a character by being the VTuber. Half the time. And Koyo makes me mad right now. Well, L plus ratio plus you're wrong plus it is what it is. You're a bit malding? Yeah, and I'm gonna spend money on the Overwatch skins as well. Just because your opinion doesn't equal mine. Stop it. And, you know what? I'm going to buy it for Fausto as well, so I'm double buying it. So you have to change your opinion on the VTuber stuff, otherwise I'm buying the skins twice. The full bundle. $75 twice. You're going to go play Elden Ring? Alright, well, I'll send you the receipt later when I buy the Overwatch skins. Twice. Bungie scream. Yeah, no one's gonna change my opinion. It is what it is. There are aspects of avatars and like VTubers where it's fine, and then there are ones that it's just not. So like, Hu Tao doesn't look that dead inside, right? She's got the outfit, but I would still prefer if she had the yeah, but get it started. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Jackson, you buy them, I will make you want to play it will make you want to play the game and suffer. I think it would equate to like League of Legends, where I log in to see what skins are on sale, maybe buy them, and then not play League of Legends, even though like I got the skins. Also, joke's on you guys. This isn't my avatar. This is a free avatar I got from someone. This is how it should be for everyone, and deal initially, and that got me. Well, no, that is how I'm saying it. It has to be that way. And if it's not, then it's wrong. Okay. You're dumb and wrong? No, you're dumb and wrong. And you don't have a sense of immersion, plus ratio, plus you're bald. I'm bamboozled. I don't know, man. Suisei has a fitting voice. Iris has a fitting voice. I don't know, man. Like, most of the VTubers in Hololive have a fitting voice for their character. And then, like, Shiori's it just doesn't got it. She just don't got it, you know? It is what it is. I'm sorry to, like, you know, talk down upon everyone's favorite horny VTuber, but you just gotta take the ratio, you know? You gotta take it. I'm right, and objectively, everyone else is wrong. Never heard Shiori. I've only heard her like twice. At this point, I'm baiting most of the opinions. But yeah, she's like the only one where I'm like, damn, that voice just doesn't fit the character. I don't like it. Goodbye. But I've decided that I'm just gonna double down on like the initial opinion, even if it was like a bait to begin with, because I love seeing people be mad about their, you know, like my opinions on things. It makes me feel a little bit more powerful at the end of the day. So thank you guys for making me feel stronger about the fact that I'm right. That's weird, not gonna lie. What, that I doubled down on my opinion on Shiori's voice, and then everyone thought that my take was actually, if you don't agree with me, you're wrong, so then I doubled down on that? I don't know, deal with it. No, trying to make people upset? Oh, well, people do that on my stream all the time, so I do it too. In return. You gotta agree with... Thank you! Thank you for agreeing! The voice slash... Yeah, there you go! You see the disconnect! It's just Shiori, man. I mean, if people like her, good for you guys. There's a disconnect in the character. It is what it is. Yeah, it's my revenge plot. I mean, people try to actively make me feel stupid on stream all the time, so I don't feel bad. Sometimes I have to strike back. My brain doesn't have the process power to see a disconnect. It's there, man. It's there. I mean, you can probably just look at the design and hear the voice and like both and not care. But I've already made it very like blatant a long time ago that I don't like the high-pitched voices. And I feel like a lot of YouTubers put those on. I mean, Suisei literally did it and then stopped. And now has like a more Suisei voice. At least when she initially started. I don't mind, she sounds pretty cute, but yeah, just not a great match with the character look. There you go. That is a fair take. I still disagree. Alright, go next world. I thought this would be like a really cool adventure world, but it's just a bunch of... I mean, it's cool, it's floating islands and like crystals, but not a huge fan. Go next. The Lake of Freya. No, that's clickbait. Sag. Error World is a popular world. That's not good. When Error World is in popular trending. Oh my god. Yikes. Yeah, VRChat's just been exploding, so it be how it be. Is my coffee dead? It's only 3:46. Damn. Coffee. I'm glad it's 3:46 because that means I can still drink my coffee and not like suffer later. What is this? I was expecting some town walkie thing. This is just a hangout world with a bunch of fences. It looks like I would get mugged here, TBH. Orchard Escape. Nope, looks too... This is on me. I'm trying to find big worlds to like waltz around when most of them are kind of like contained. Los Muertos. Isn't that today? Day of the Dead's today, isn't it? Zana's Final Fantasy 14 room. Interesting. I've got like 2 songs fighting against each other right now. But yeah, Shuri's voice doesn't match well, like Gura, the twins. Exactly. Here's the thing, I don't care if people like the character, I don't care if they like her voice, but if you try to tell me I'm wrong, then I'm gonna tell you you're wrong. There's like blatant appearance versus voice that you cannot just... It's not the equivalent of like separating the artist from the work, the art. Oh, this world's really nice. Oh, this world is well. It's a good thing I didn't have my camera facing the other way. Ah. Dinosaur world. Yeah, let's go see some dinosaurs. We haven't seen Emery Soar in a while, so we can go see some dinosaurs. Let's all just be wrong. Yeah, I agree. Everyone's wrong. What? Is this Remington RuneScape? It's not, but I looked at the portal here. I'm like, hey, that's the housing portal appearance. Hey, it's got like the same layout as Remington RuneScape, and you know, this looks like it would be a RuneScape appearance in like design, except maybe more. Oh my god, dinosaur! Where are the dinosaurs? One? This is probably a work in progress. I wonder what Emery Soar's been up to. She says she went to TwitchCon, but then I think Elite said that he saw her on VRChat during TwitchCon. Then again, you can still do that, because you can do it on mobile now, huh? Although I don't know how that works. Has anyone tried VRChat mobile? Like on the phone? Is it even out yet? Yo! GGK, thanks for the follow. It's out? Interesting. I wonder how it is. I wonder if it lags or not. Like, my phone, my iPhone 13, which has, like, very little space taken up, right? Like, it's old, but I hardly use that as it is. I feel like it, if Honkai Star Rail makes my phone get warm and hot, what in the world would happen on mobile? Like, VRChat. My phone just explodes. Oh, I should have known, dude. Oh, man. I got baited by the thumbnail. Actually, it still looks pretty cozy for what it is. I'm sure it's just a booth asset, but it looks kind of nice. Where's the thing? Where's the thing that was actually, like, the thumbnail? I don't see it. Well. Well, go next. Warehouse. Snowcloak. Final Fantasy? The thumbnail looks horrendous, so it must be. Yeah, I'm curious how that would like work on the phone. Maybe I'll try it one day. Just hop on. Someone's like, "Yo, hop on VRChat real quick," and I'll be like, "Okay." Hops on, but it's this is not. Is this a mirror button? Oh, wait, it is Snowcloak. I was in a square room with nothing there, and then here we are. Nice. Wow. I don't know if this is ripped or not because it looks really good. Like it doesn't look like Final Fantasy textures. Well, you know when you get up close and like suddenly the textures of Final Fantasy just look. Oh, never mind. Yeah, they're Final Fantasy textures. Well, the rocks are at least. I've been playing Paladin a bit lately. For the last like few days. It's because I'm trying to get the Eureka relic on it. I still have to do the new Verity dungeon, but I haven't put the time in. Not yet, at least. I've just been Fall Guysing. To be fair, I stream for 4 hours, then I do my Honkai dailies, and I just don't feel like doing anything, so I flop. Well, I guess I upload my VOD, and then like I download the VOD and put it into my video editing thingy. My Vegas Pro, Sony Vegas Pro, wada hoodoo. And then I cry on the inside and then don't edit anything. As per usual. Do you think it'd be obnoxious if they did something like Destiny in this game where like you can like harvest materials as well in like dungeons? Not like harvest like you have to switch to a class, but like put something randomly around like here, like, you have this plant. Oh, well. You just like harvest from it or something and it's like a dungeon material for something. Honestly, that would have made relic grinding a little bit more enjoyable, I feel like. If they did something where you enter a dungeon and harvest like a random plant to work with or like a stone. And you just pick it up or something, I don't know. Like they have the little reading logs in half of the dungeons. And then there are chests. Oh, everything's open. That would have been cool. I mean, it probably would have sucked just as much as every other like grind-related thing, but I think it would have been fine. Just me thinking about, you know, how much Final Fantasy could be funner if they added just like two microscopic mini changes. Why do I not remember this arena? What's the final boss in Snowcloak? Isn't it the scorpion thing? Maybe not. Damn, I zoomed through that dungeon. What? I mean, I guess there wasn't any combat, but I feel like there was more. Now I don't remember what's after. What's the final boss in Snowcloak? Maybe the scorpion's from a different one that I don't remember. Wonder if I can land down here. Oh, this is the beginning of Snowcloak. Well, now I'm at the pits of Heresy. The bottom of Snowcloak. Oh, the griffin. Yeah, you're right. How weird. How strange. Oh, Tamtara. Oh, Welcome back, Dixitone. What's up? I'm checking out some Final Fantasy maps. Ironbreaker, Mother Crystal, oh man. The dancing, oh hell no. Flowerfield, that's Pog. That's a good world to like just chill in. Troll box. Why is that Final Fantasy 14? 70. Wait, is this what I think it is? Wait, is the world back? I'm doing okay. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. Just relaxing on a Thursday. It's not what I thought it was. Oh, we gotta leave. See, this is one of the worst. Nope. Yeah, we gotta go. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Listen, no. Yeah, see, this is. We gotta leave. Yeah, we should go. They have Razat Han now. Let's go there. Tenzin! Sheathe your sword, I beg of you! If you don't know the story, I have like 300 something totems from Suzaku alone. That's a little bit exaggerated. It's more like 150, maybe almost 200. But I like being over exaggerative. It's part of my personality. Oh, it has music. Imagine it's the one with the like, but the bass drops harder or something. That'd be cool. One day they'll have working Aetherites, a working Aetherite network, and that would be sick. Yo, can I get my gear here for tomes or no? Oh, okay. Dun, 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 dun. You can get a mirror right here. This is an interesting spot for a mirror, but... Wait, what if they have the parkour? Oh, which way was that? No, that's the way to the... I think it's this way. Well, no, this is the inn. Yeah, this is the bar. Wait, what do they have out here? Whoa! Wait! Wait, that's kind of sick. They actually, like... I'm not very used to, like, people having, the full map. It's usually just, like, a void outside of the actual walkable map. I'm curious if we can go to the docks. I'll go check in a bit, but I want to go see if the parkour is here. Parkour. I feel like Radzat Han's growing on me a little bit. To be fair, it's usually, I mean, it's where I go a lot for the relic, for like new story missions, so I think it's growing on me. Like, I didn't hate it initially, but it wasn't like in my top Endwalker areas. I don't remember how to get to the parkour, I'm not gonna lie. The music is good. Feels very tactics. See, I never played that. So I feel like I don't even know what that really means. Do you like it though? Do you like rods? I don't remember how to maneuver this. I think it's behind the Aetherite, huh? Like to the back. My favorite activity when there's nothing to do or when I'm waiting for a queue is VRChat? Okay. I like these X's. I would jump like across. Boom. And that's just me. I would just like do that for like until the queue pops. I'm pretty sure the parkour is like here, towards the thingy. Or is it not? Wait, what's behind here? Oh, the gates. With stuff like fully... Whoa, wait, you can leave? Radzat Han? Wow. Oh. I don't think this is just Radzat Han. Like... Oh my god. Like, if they have all of Thavnir out there, they should have just called it Thavnir. I would have been I mean, it was 300 megabytes, so I was like, damn. What did they do? Put reflections everywhere? No, they have the entirety of Thavnir here, I guess. We'll go back for the parkour in a moment. I'm just really curious if like all of Thavnir exists outside of here or not. Because the docks aren't like fully made. They're rendered out, but they don't have like anything there. There's no buildings or anything. Wow, the bridge is... Okay, well, okay, Thavnir's not... I wonder how far this goes. Like, what can I see past the structures or the grass and stuff? It might just be a perilous void. What's up, GGK? I gotta say, I'm surprised you're a real user. Not because of your username. It's totally because of your username. Well, usually that just they tend to be bots. You know, you feel me, right? You get what I mean. You know what I mean, right? So I'm a little surprised, but you do have like a really short name, so that's cool too. Oh, my frames are lagging whenever I point the camera that way, so we're not gonna do that. Wait, they have a road. Maybe they're... Oh no, it's water. I see, it's the lake. I was like, I don't remember there being a road, but that's cool. Yeah, there's definitely nothing. Okay, my bad. What if bots learn to say hello? Hey? Well, to be fair, a lot of the, like, graphic designer people, the bots, they actually have, like, full-fledged conversations with you now. The water is kind of clipping. It's, like, floating. I was in, so I don't remember whose stream it was. I think it might have been Oathmeal's. It was literally a graphic designer having, like, a full-on convo with the... with Oath. Before mentioning, like, hey, by the way, I can, like, do some cool graphics for you and stuff. I was like, oh my god, they've evolved. Alright, well, that's Thavnir. Alright, in that case, let's go back to the parkour. I want to see if I can get up. I wonder if they put anything, like, secret in there. Probably not, because they put VRChat right here. Oh? Yeah. I see it. The parkour is here. Can I even make these jumps? The answer is no. There's no way I can make that jump because the collisions are a little bit like further out. Wait, unless hold on. Maybe I can. Hold on. Nope, because it's like gonna swoop me that way. If I move up a smidgen when I jump. Oh. Here, I'll try to get you guys like a good angle. This is Radzad Han by Final Fantasy XIV critically acclaimed. Ooh, this is weird. I have to like flip it. There we go. Ugh. Parkour! Can we make it to the... Oh, right here. I was like, well, how am I going to get to the other one if I can't even jump that way? There's one downside. One true massive downside, and it's that if you don't know, it's really hard to jump forward sometimes in VR and then like... God damn it. So this isn't an Udon world, so it has like the old jumping. Which is nice because I can float. I guess. Uh-oh. Well, that's fine. Maybe I can just... Okay, maybe not. How am I going to do that? I can't go around it. How did I get it? Someone had share avatar on one day, and they were like, hey, this is a raccoon. What do you think? And I was like, hey, I like that. Takes it. And I have used it ever since. How in the world? What if I can just... I'm trying to do it legit. Okay, well. Oh, man. Nice, we did it. Okay, now I can actually... Yeah. Yeah. Okay, just making sure that I can actually... Yeah. No. Stop. Oh, yeah, so, basically someone let me copy the avatar, and now I have it, and I just use it. But, I actually purchased the base, the original thing from Booth, so, no, please. That's what we call a panic jump, which is, how we almost fall. So eventually I'm gonna get my model maker to actually, like, upload a customized version of this avatar. Yeah, I'm VRChat metagaming. What of it? Okay. Dude. I can't believe I'm not used to this old jump method now. I mean, I've been using the udon one for so long that it's kind of, like, difficult to work with. Got it. Okay. Yeah. Trying to get up, trying to parkour, are you? Yeah, I'm trying, very hard. God damn it. You can't climb those walls. They thought it through. Bro. Stop! Stop! Stop moving! He screams to himself. Slash me just hacks. Wall hacks. Alright, here we go. We're almost at the rooftop. We're almost Assassin's Creed rooftop mode. Doesn't do the actual parkour portion. We did it. Oh, there's a mirror here. Of course there is. I was like, what could possibly be up here? Oh, a mirror button. Only naturally would there be a mirror button at the top of a parkour thing. Well, at least they had it. Unfortunately, a little bit hard to maneuver, but hey, we made it. Mirrors in VR? No! No way. There's no way. No way. There's mirrors in VRChat? No, there's no way. There are no mirrors in VRChat. I've never heard of a mirror in VRChat. That's just not possible. Cause like you can't see yourself in a mirror in VR. That'd be silly. You have a VR headset on. That doesn't even make sense. No, mirrors in VRChat. No. There's no way. Can we not enter Mega Duta? Sag. Fair, but Sag. I wonder if we'll ever get to a time where they can just be NPCs frolicking around worlds like these. As the wise men once said, mirrors aren't real because our eyes aren't real. Yeah, unless you buy one of those real mirrors from that TikTok guy who got like really popular from selling or advertising the real mirror that sees the real you or shows the real you. Have you guys seen those? I've seen so many of them and I was like, good lord. Limsa, and Middle Anasia. Okay, wow. Crazy. Well, Rods is cool. Zero's domain. Oh, you know what? This has been a thing. I remember. We've been to Zero's domain. NPS. What is that? Yeah, marries are a little important, but more things are important. Is talking to friends. Friends. What do you mean by that? You've seen NPCs? I mean, yeah, no, I've seen NPCs, but like, I'm talking like actively in like Final Fantasy worlds and stuff. Because these are just chill worlds, so it wouldn't really, like, it wouldn't totally make sense, but it could be immersive. Oh god. TV. I'm stuck. What? I'm not stuck, the TV's just on me. Yeah, a perilous void. Pot champ. I mean, this is just, I mean, it is quite literally what the world would be, so it makes sense. Forbidden Archives, Armvale! Yeah, no. Seed of Sacrifice, nice. Wolf's Den Pier. Seed of Sacrifice again. Heart of the Creator, wow. Wolf's Den Pier after, oh, that's just a different time. Limsa at night. Carbuncles and coffee, okay. The Rising Stone. The Twinning. Garlemald. I like Garlemald. It's neat. Thanks for the hydrate. I am out of coffee. Oh, I do have some water left over. Nice. Question is, will the alert go off? Oh, not. Teleport to the subway. Whoa. It works. I don't know why Bochi's not going off. Hydration's good? It is good. It is. I do like hydration. I like Garlemald. I really like Ishgard, but then it's kind of normie to like Ishgard because it's basically Skyrim, right? There it is. It went off. Water's your favorite thing? Oh, coffee's my favorite thing. I would say Dr. Pepper, but I haven't had Dr. Pepper in a hot minute. Actually, that's not true. When I ordered Wendy's, I had Dr. Pepper. But that was like 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago. The lighting's kind of bland, but I mean, it is, you know, there's not much lighting to be had, so fair enough. +1 immersion. Well, I'm glad they got so many new areas from Final Fantasy in VRChat. I can like add them up and just like have them out and about. Coffee also makes me do da poo poo. Do da poo poo. My bruda. Da poo poo. Which is good. You know, having, you know, a poo poo once a day is a very good thing. I don't know why it showed a 2 there. Fruit gummies my doctor gave me. He told me to only have 1, but I ate them all. Yeah. Me too. Is it the yo, oh my god. Is it the Flintstones vitamin gummies? Sometimes I get an extra one because I'm just feeling a little silly. Stone out his mind right now. Honestly, I don't know what would happen if you did that. Like, what actually... Oh my god, cars. Broom, broom. I was actually thinking about Fridays, Friday streams. And I could just do, like, all my Final Fantasy stuff on Fridays. But, like, genuinely, I've been really, really content with, only VRChat. I think I talked about it the other day. But, I don't know, like... The thing is, when I have a wide variety of things I can do in VRChat for myself, it's always good. And, like, if there's nothing to do one day, I'll just sit in a world and talk. I do know how to drive in VRChat. It's funny you mention that because Leaf, I was supposed to give her driving lessons in VR and that never happened. It will happen one day. I'll do it. I just need to do this crazy thing called fix my sleep. Yeah, imagine. The unforetold, unforespoken, unknown, crazy thing that probably will never happen. It actually almost happened on Tuesday. I woke up at 10 in the morning. But then I was so tired from waking up at 10 in the morning because I went to sleep late that when I went to bed early that next night, it didn't matter. It just made up for the time that I lost, and then I slept until my usual wake-up time. So I don't know what to do. And I've discussed this a few times already, but I kind of want to do a 24-hour stream because then I'll be up for 24 hours. Ultimately meaning that I can then go to bed at some time after I'm done with my 24-hour. But here's the problem with doing a 24-hour stream. I can't be alone. I need people to be there, and they can't yawn once. I'm not joking. Because if I hear one yawn... Remember that thing I was talking about earlier, being an empath and all that? Yeah. A yawn is the same. It hits the same. So, like, if someone yawns, I get tired. I'm like, yeah, maybe I should end. So, like, I was referring to Yuland here, and I didn't mean it offensively. I did my offensive thing just like a few minutes ago with the VTuber stuff. I didn't mean it offensively, but I was thinking of Yuland when he yawned the last time, and I'm like, you need to stop yawning. He's like, I'm sorry, I can't. And then I started yawning. I'm like, oh man, now I'm tired. Now, I don't mean that offensively. It's fine, perfectly normal to yawn. And I mean, you do walking for 5+ miles on the daily, so you have all the right to yawn. But it does also make me yawn. So I was thinking of Yuland. But that wasn't a call out in particular, because a lot of people yawn when they join VRChat. Leaf does it because it's late for her. Juvi's done it because it's late for him. Yuland does his walking, so he's tired. I don't know if Fausto does. I don't remember him ever yawning in VR, but... You made me yawn? I didn't even yawn! I can't join. I mean, you guys can join. It's just like, if it's like 10 hours in and someone yawns, I'm gonna get tired. I hold in yawns unless I'm tired. Seriously, I yawned 3 times just now from you talking about it? That's funny. I'm not tired enough for that. I had coffee also, so. It hurts your jaw? You're really weird, Fausto, because, like, not in a insulting way. See, I feel like I have to clarify now because everyone thinks I'm just going on an insult tangent. But, like, because what you said, if you, like, put, if you clean your ears, it hurts your ear or something, right? Well, not hurts your ear. What did you say about it? Was it hurts your jaw? Oh yeah, it makes you cough. That's what it does. I'm like, huh? So that makes you cough, and then yawning hurts your jaw. I guess the yawning part kind of makes more sense, because, yeah. To be fair, there was a time where I did, like, clean my... Because I don't use cotton swabs. I use, like... If I clean, I either grab a paper towel and just like use my finger and like clean in, or we have these like plastic mini spoons so you can like just spoon them out, you know, the earwax or whatever. And like one time I did it, and I did like feel like I needed a cough. So I guess it makes sense, but I don't know why it happened. I felt like I just went too deep or something. Kermit the VTuber, or the YouTuber. Yummy. Earwax. Nerve endings can be weird like that? I guess so. Yeah, I was wondering like what affects that. I wonder if they have a full-fledged Ultima Thule. Probably not. They do have the flower area for Ultima Thule. The thing is, you can't really maneuver most of Ultima Thule in VRChat without a flying avatar, unless they give you like a flying thing. Are you friends with Kermit, the YouTuber on VRChat? Yeah, I'm friends with everyone on VRChat. I'm friends with Michael Reeves, and I've met XQC in VRChat. When you scratch some particular spot, you feel something on the other side of your body. You know, it's funny you mentioned that. One time I was like scratching my shoulder, my right shoulder, which I'm doing right now. And for some reason, it must have been a really good scratch because it caused like a major itch on the other side. Like on my other shoulder. And I was like, what in the world is happening? But I learned from my mistakes. And you should learn from my mistakes, chat. I used to shower in boiling hot water all the time. And it made my skin so itchy for like months. It was really bad. But I didn't do anything to make it better. As a matter of fact, I would just scratch it like harder for a time. And it was like, that's not good. Don't do that. So now I take cooler showers. I mean, I can take cold showers, unironically I could do it. But I don't. Because, I don't know. I don't. Uma Here Academia? I don't know what that is. But also I don't add people on the first time they show up in chat. It's just a safety precaution, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's kind of like a not trying to get exploded. I lived in times where people would show up in lobbies and break our VR headsets. And by break our VR headsets, I mean close my game. My VRChat game, and you know, it was kind of inconvenient at the time, so. My Academia is an anime. Are you talking about My Hero Academia? Yeah, I know that one. That's cool. I'm caught up with it. I'm kind of sad that I am because I want to watch more. Dude, oh my god, I didn't tell you guys. So I ordered the three most recent like manga releases of My Hero. And I even pre-ordered the September release. Okay, so like, well, let me think. How did it pan out? So I got, I'm gonna look. I got book number 33. I got book 33, right? Manga book 33, and I'm like, sick. So I start reading it, I finish it, and then I ordered the next one because that one was already released, and I was well prepared. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be able to finish this before the next one arrives. Clicks on Amazon. Your package has been delayed. Now arriving, 10 p.m. tomorrow. I'm like, okay, fine, that's fine. I mean, the manga won't be out for like another week. Your package has been delayed now for September 2nd. I'm like, okay, that really blows, but I still have like a few days. I will be able to read the manga in one day if I really sat through it. Your order has been canceled. It could not arrive. You have been refunded. The next day, the other manga arrives, and I'm like, well, I can't read that one. I can't read that one. So now what? Aiko, did you know I'm turning 13 soon? Yeah, it'd be really strange if the moderators noticed someone that was like turning 13, because you know how it is, right? The laws of nature and like how things work. So, you know, because of that, I have to initiate the protocol, a very important protocol right now. And that protocol is, yo, chat, tell me your favorite anime right now. Everybody, tell me your favorite anime. What is Barakamon? My Hero's your favorite? Okay. Nice. What is Barakamon? Wait, what actually is that? I think you've shown me, and is it not Hunter x Hunter anymore? Oh, the calligraphy anime. Okay, I see. Angel Beats or Durarara? Okay, so you like feeling hurt emotionally. Nice. Living under a rock right now? I mean, I've been living under a rock anime-wise for a while. I'm only just now catching up with a lot of anime. Hajime no Ippo, what is that? Alright, cool. I'm glad everyone shared their favorite anime. Alright. Now we're going to share... okay, guys, what grade is everyone going to right now in school? What is everyone's grade right now in school? I'm in the 9th grade. I'm in the 9th grade. What about you guys? Working grade? Oh, jeez, you're old. 8? You're in grade 8? Oh, nice. Well, that's a cool grade. You only go to school to clean? Thanks. Wow, grade 8. We got working grade. I'm grade 9. Nice. Wow, you guys are... Wow, you guys are, yeah, exquisite. In, like, your grade thing. Alright. Nice. Yeah. The protocol's failing. The protocol is failing. We have a problem. And the protocol's failing. Yo, everyone, yo, guys, who is your favorite, TikTok celebrity? Yo. Yo, TikTok, is it like Vine? Okay, got the old guy in the chat. Tic Tac, the orange ones? Yeah, I love Tic Tacs. I actually really like the orange ones as well. Adrian Bliss. My parents don't allow me to use TikTok yet? Wait, why not? Hey, it's fine. Listen, like... I need more bullets. That's a good one. Oh, flushed emoji. Yeah, yeah. Guys. The protocol is not going too well. We are not. The protocol is not going. Yo, guys. All right. Yo, what's this is my fault. I put Riz in my title. I knew what I was getting myself into when I put Riz in the title, right? Like, so. Oh, man. This is my fault, and I deserve this. I do. As punishment, I'm going to have to go and purchase some Overwatch skins later. Yeah, my parents don't allow me to use TikTok either, actually, so... but I'm really sneaky, and sometimes I still watch TikTok on my phone, so... But, like, at night. I do this crazy thing. I take my Switch, and I go under my bed, and I pretend to sleep when they walk in my room. And so, like, then I click the little sleep button. And they don't know. And then they might take my Switch, So then I have my phone and I'll watch TikTok on my phone. When did you guys first start playing RuneScape? That's a low blow, buddy. It's a low blow. Dude. Okay, real talk. That's crazy to think about. I must have been like... Oh my god, I don't know. Because I played RuneScape Classic, dude. So my friend, I went over to his house, and his brother was playing a game. And I was like, what is that? And then they said it was a Counter-Strike game or something. I was like, wow. Or whatever. It was like Steam. Like old Steam. And then, so we went to my friend's room after, and he booted up a game. I'm like, wow, I like the sound. And it's... I'm like... Yeah, and so that's, you guys are about to get the craziest story. You guys might have heard it before, but that day I decided I'm going to make a character too, because I like medieval stuff and it looked cool. And so my friend's like, all right, so you have to make an account with a username and a password. Okay. Thinks to myself, what do I like enough to make a username? I think Star Wars. Which, back then, I probably watched Star Wars like once or twice. Star Wars, though. I love Star Wars. Okay. I'm a child, so I need to make it rhyme, because I like rhyming. Yoda. What rhymes with Yoda? Soda. And then, Yoda Soda was taken, so... Well, I guess we gotta put numbers. What numbers do I like? Well, I like the number 6. And what comes after 6? 7. Okay. Yoda Soda 67. The birth of Yoda. Yoda Soda 67. My first ever RuneScape account. Password? Oh, you guys would never be able to guess my password. Polska 1. Saikuno ad. What? Yoda Soda 67, password Polska 1. Imagine that. And like 2 months later, my friend's brother steals my account, gets me full rune gear, dies in the wilderness, changes my password. I never got to play on that account again. And that was the end of Yoda Soda 67 permanently. Yo guys, did you know you can type in your password and it's going to put it in, it's going to censor it, so it actually warns you. So I need a name to make a Diablo 2 account. And I saw the name Dart somewhere. I don't remember. That was taken. Well, I like the number 9. Dart 9, taken. Dart 99. Good to go. Hunter 2. Yo. A man of culture. I was trying to tell you my username is Kasumi Bakugo. Hey, that's the dude from My Hero Academia. Dart 99, Hunter 2. Oh my god. Draggle 95L. That's pretty good though. That's pretty good. To be fair, after Yoda Soda 67, my name just got really edgy. Even when I was a kid. Like I had maybe we should move on. Yoda Soda was better. Oh, no, I like the name Draggle. That's sick. Come on, dude. I had the name after Yoda Soda 67. My next username was Dark Cherry 40. Dark Cherry. And not because I like dark cherries, because I had the word dark and I liked cherries. Ball scratcher. Dark cherry, dude. And you know why I put dark? Not because it sounded edgy, but because that's what I thought the Siths were called. Siths. That's what I thought they were called in Star Wars. I thought it was Dark Vader, not Darth Vader. So I wanted to be a Sith, but a cherry. I put Dark Cherry 40. I was Polish, alright? Listen, I lived in Poland, right? Like, we didn't think about this. Oh, man. It got worse from there, right? Like, it went downhill. And now I have the name Aiko, which is probably the worst I've ever had. It's got 3 vowels at the very start. It all went down, man. It went downhill. Now people call me by like 4 different names, depending on who and from what time period they're from. We've got people still calling me Red from when I was the Red 31 non-emo party hat. We have people still calling me Koyo from the Koyo times. To be fair, Koyo kind of like... It was really long lasting, so that one's fair. The Red 31 non-emo party hat lasted a year. No, not even. It lasted like... No, yeah, it was a year. It was a year and a half. Koyo lasted for 2.5 years. Aiko has now almost reached 3 years, which is like kind of mind-blowing. You're telling me your username for VRChat is Kasumi Bakugo? Yeah, and I read it. And I said, yeah, that's the My Hero character. No, I don't think I'm going to change. The only way I would change names is if I can get Koyo everywhere. Everywhere. The reason I won't be able to get that is because there's a partnered streamer on Twitch who has Koyo who will not give it and wouldn't be able to anyway if they wanted to. And I like the name Koyo. And I miss the name Koyo, but I don't want to be Koyo Red. I don't want to be Koyo VT. I don't want to be Koyo VR. I don't want to be Koyo Vivo. I don't want to be Koyo Ball Slap. Yo, I never noticed this map here. That's cool. Dude, it's crazy how like worlds look in a different POV, you know, when you're like actually first person POV. Koyo Green, Koyo Ball Slap. Koyer. I do like Koyer, but it's taken. Koyo 2. Why no Ball Slap? Because it's too personal then, right? Like, then I would be giving away what I'm into, and we're supposed to be, you know, we're tagged as Ace on this channel. And then, like, since I'm playing the character, I can't just, like, admit to what I'm actually into. Like feet, you know? Like, I've already exposed one thing. I can't just expose ball slapping next. Then it's over. Then I have to remove the tag. I can't be a raccoon anymore. Yeah, no feet. No ball slap. None of that. No, I agree with Yuland on a lot of things when it comes to like usernames. He says that like underscores and numbers are an L, and I agree. So like, or any symbol. And my username on VRChat is Koyo with a degree symbol, so it's already like an L, right? Like I'm already losing. I could do Koyer, but it would have to be like available everywhere. Like, do I really want to change my username again and do this to people though? And then people are gonna show up and are like, "Hey, weren't you Aiko before?" I'm like, yeah. Like, I don't really want to change my name like again. I don't. It's not my fault H Brown was taken. I mean, it's fine. Koyo Soda 67. Boberman. That's a good one. It's probably taken. Lord Boberman for you. Underscores are king. I think an authentic and Pogger's username usually has no underscore and no numbers. Obviously, if you can't get your username that you really want without an underscore or without numbers, you have to do something. So if you get an underscore, it's better than having numbers. At least you have an underscore instead of numbers. right? Sorry, Ramus 42. You're uncreative, but you don't have underscores or numbers. You're Ghost of the Dane. You like ghosts, and you're from Denmark. It all makes sense. It adds up, and it... Look, it doesn't have to be creative. Koyo, literally... Leaf and I sat down one random night and Googled Koyo. And then we found that in Japanese, it is 50,000 symbols. So I clicked on the button by accident, and it panned out to be in Chinese. And then when I retranslated it from Chinese to Japanese, it had a different meaning, but it still meant the falling of leaves in autumn. And it was 2 symbols, or 2 like kanji symbols. And I was like, this is it. Koyo. The falling of leaves in autumn. From Chinese to Japanese. Leave my numbers alone. I always wondered, did you just put 42 because 420 was taken? Or like, did you just like the number 42? Or did you try 1 through 43, realize that none of them were available, and put 42? I always wonder what people's number stories are. Because 67, I just liked the number 6, and then put 7 because 6 was taken, so I put 67 because 6 is after 7. Or 7 is after 6. Brain fart. "42 is the answer to your question. Understood, respected, I accept. Yoda started 67. It is what it is. And everything else. So the 42 is just the answer to the world. Yeah, that's fair. Life, universe, and everything. 42. I like people's origin, like, username stories. Because I always want to know, like, where they get it from. Like, Aiko, this username is actually a very old username of mine. I used to write stories. Not, like, fanfics, but actual stories. They were really cringe. It was, like, about, like, angels, demons, and stuff. Some of them were, like, parallel universes and, like, horrors. But, you know, it's, like, it was written by someone that was stupid in, like, middle school or something. Anyways, I wrote stories and I wanted a title, like an author name, but I didn't know what to put. And my friends suggested just like thinking of what I really liked at the time. Well, I was a huge fan of Dark Eco from Jak and Daxter, and Light Eco, and I was a huge fan of Ico, the game ICO from Ico, Shadow Colossus and Ico. Those are 2 games. So, in my head I was like, okay, I'm going to make a username out of this. IKO. That was my author name. IKO. But it was taken in other places, so I put IYKO. But then it was taken in other places, and I didn't want to put anything else, like, to ruin the name, because I liked how it looked. So I put IIYKO. And so that's where the username comes from. From writing stories that will never see the light of day ever again. But yeah, that's where the name came from. From middle school Ico, little like brat child who just wanted to write edgy stories. Like horror novels and stuff about angels and demons and like 7 deadly sins that isn't a cringe anime. And I was like, well, if I don't want to be Koyo Red, then I'm just gonna go with my origin story. The name that kind of really started off like me as a person when I developed a characteristic. And that characteristic was, I like video games. I don't know. Lime juice. I always wanted to write some kind of fantasy or sci-fi story. It's really fun to write, and I used to stress a lot when I was younger. I mean, I still do. Now I do more, but it's more anxiety than like actual stress. So like now when I'm stressed, I just like go and work out for a while. I do like pushes or crunches or something, or I just like deal with it. Because you get more energy when you're angry, I guess. I don't know, or stressed. When I was younger, I didn't have that philosophy, and I liked not doing active work, aside from like soccer and volleyball. So, I was also rebellious and only did the stuff I had to in gym class because, I mean, it's gym class, and, you know, I was like, I don't have to do it anywhere else ever. Now I don't have a gym class, and I'm getting old, so I need to start moving. Gotta start schmoving and working out, and I've been doing that, and I feel a little bit better. A little more confident as a human being. Anyways, segue story as you, yeah. I just, when I was younger, I didn't know what to do to de-stress. So, instead of having teenage tantrums, I wrote stories. No, I didn't write names into a death note. I wrote stories. And the stories were related to people that I know in real life, but you wouldn't be able to tell. Like, one of my friends, one random day was, like, complimenting trees when we were walking through a forest. So when I was, like, stressed out one day, I put them as a character. They were a druid. Like, an elven druid that likes to cast healing spells. One friend liked the cosmos and time and space. So I made them the goddess of time and space. And the cosmos, you know, whatever, all that. Stuff like that. It was cringe. It was cringe, but it, like, helped me de-stress, because I just put anything that I was upset about into writing in some sort of, like, if I was mad about I failed a test in school, I would write a random chapter where these specific characters, me as like some demon dude or whatever, probably, I would put them in a scenario where, okay, so in RuneScape, there was a random event, and the random event was you get teleported into a random classroom, and you have to pass the class for, like, rewards. And if you don't, you don't. That's it. You get kicked out. So I wrote a story one time because I failed a test. It was a math test. I wrote a story of these characters getting pulled into a random universe, or a random dimension, right? And in this random dimension, they had to pass a test. But the test wasn't like in a classroom you have to write it. No, they were in a random, like, dark room, like a void room, so it's got like purple stuff, right? And this dude called the Game Master shows up. Cringe. Like, again, middle school, alright? I'll be the cringe one. You guys can just laugh at it. The Game Master shows up, and he shows up multiple times in the story because he's, like, super powerful. Anyways, in this scenario, he did mathematical related puzzles and stuff that they had to figure out. If they failed, they get teleported into a different room alone. You know those VRChat horror maps where you start with people, but if something happens, you get pulled away? Similar to that. If you fail the math equation or whatever it is, you get ported away, and you have to figure something else out, as if it was like remedial math or something, right? Math for dummies. So my character failed most of it, and that was my way of de-stressing. I laughed at myself by writing a character who was so bad at math that he would fail the remedial math stuff. To the point where he got dropped into the bare bottom of, like, the tests and almost died. But then the other two saved him, because one of them was good at math and the other one was, like, half good, but mostly just cheated off of the druid. You're dead in Elden Ring while Yui fights the Tibium. There's so many of those. Do you guys like that fight? I thought it was, like, kind of annoying initially, but then it was like, I guess it's not too big of a deal. But I'm a magic caster, so I didn't deal with it too much. That was Fausto. He had to tank it. Yeah, the boat guys. I'm cringed by Embrace It. Same. Ramus is the only name I really ever used apart from RPG characters. I just picked a random character from Star Wars Empire at War, which I was playing at the time. It was supposed to sound cool and not be used by tons of other people, so I picked one of the side characters with a good name. That's fair. I never used like a name generator for a username. I feel like I should have. In Final Fantasy, my first username was God, I don't remember. It was some random Mikote name or something. But then later on, when I rejoined and replayed the game again with like friends, I think it was on Famfrit or something. I don't remember. But I had the name Koyo Red because yeah, that makes sense, right? Koyo Red. That's my username. But then everyone else had a good name because it was actual character names, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna change my name. So it's Tsukihi Oshino. If you don't know what that means, it's a reference to Monogatari series. Oshino is like the family tree of like the Shinobus, like the vampires. Tsukihi is the name of the sister from Araragi's family, like the one of the sisters, not Karen Firebee, but the other one. So that was my name. But then I was like, this name sucks. And when I transferred over and left like that DC, I changed my name to, I think there was another name in between, but I don't remember. There was one more, I think. But then I changed it to Pancakes because I liked this was a play on words ×2. There's a old Polish movie TV thing that I watched. His name was Panklex. That was really cool. I really liked that show. It's basically this magical dude who uses magic to like use paint and ink and stuff to like bring things to life to teach kids how it works and all that. But it's also a play on of words for pancakes. Pan and Keks, like kek, like, you know, yeah. Yeah. Anyways, now it's Azusa Gwibbler, and even though I went back to Mikote, which was the real Pancakes, I just kind of leave it as Azusa Gwibbler. I mean, it makes sense, right? Pancake W, yeah. Yeah, but I wish I could still, like, have the motivation to, like, de-stress with writing. But, I don't know, like, I don't know. I feel like I would get too critical now. I think I'm too critical of myself now. And I wasn't when I was younger. It's very, like, irritating. So, like, when I watch my VODs, I'm like, man, there was a moment where I could have said something so funny, and I thought of it now when I'm watching the VOD, but I just didn't say it. And I get pissed off, and I'm like, I can't watch this. I can't watch this VOD anymore. No, I'm done. This guy's so cringe and dumb. Like, he could have made such a funny joke right here. Or something. And it equates to, like, writing, too. I would read my old writing, I'm like, this is so cringe. I thought you were Pan and Kek was a dumb Pepe Frog Kek thing. Well, it is. Well, because Kek originates from, like, the Pepe Frog Kek. Not Kek W. Well, it's because Kek is a Twitch term, and I was like, I'm not going to put Panpog. Which, honestly, doesn't sound that bad either, but, yeah. It's because I like pancakes. That's my favorite, like, breakfast. Aside from scrambled eggs. Oh, you thought it was Pan. I see. No, I'm not. Wait, interesting. I want to know why you thought this, but also interesting. Happens to me watching my old fighting game combos. It's like, why did you do this? See, when I watch old VODs, I don't mind them as much. But like old VODs, like Koyo Red, like, I think the reason for it is that something's beeping outside. I don't know what it is. I think it's because there was more going on. I think I was just too loud when I was Koyo. I'm still probably too loud, but I think I was too loud when I was Koyo Red. Like I thought loud equals funny a bit too much, to the point where I was just like, I had the accent thing going on, the Polish accent for meme, but I would also be really loud. In my defense, the origin story of the scuffed Polish voice accent is literally me just mocking how my dad used to speak. Loud? Polish accent. That's it. That is the origin story of it. It is me being my dad. So it's not like, you know. But you learn the best from your parents, am I right? Very dank in the perfect opportunity. I mean, I heard it so much that it was just easy to redo. Like, just such an easy mockery thing, you know? Origin story of Danny Aiko. Alright, well, don't call him that. That is weird. It's weird. But yeah, no, that's just how that's how it is. Yo, this is the first time I'm in a world with snow for this long. I'm just gonna say it how it is. God, I dread it. I know I'm gonna have to shovel snow soon. It's been really cold. This autumn has been great, but like also bad because I'm scared of the snow. At least it'll give me a workout getting some shoveling done. Dude, you know how out of shape I was during COVID? I got COVID, right? And then that year, later on it snowed, right? It was like 2019, I think, after PAX. I was so out of shape and lazy, and I didn't do VRChat that year at all. I remember I tried Temtem, and then afterwards I just did random stuff. I must have done VRChat like once or twice every other month. In like December, it snowed, and I went to shovel the snow, and I literally started feeling like nauseous. That's how out of shape I was during COVID. It was bad. I actually thought I was gonna puke from shuffling snow. It was really bad. That's when I knew I needed to start like moving more. So I did stuff more frequently off stream at least. But I would never go to a gym. I don't like being watched in person like that. Like doing something physical because I get not embarrassed, but just like, yeah, I guess maybe embarrassed. I don't know. Maybe. I guess I can accept that. It's probably embarrassment, but I don't like doing anything physical in front of other people. So like, I will never go to a gym. Also, on top of that, I did go to a gym once. Lo and behold, everybody's recording themselves on TikTok now. And I don't feel like being... Not only would I be watched, maybe not. Maybe people wouldn't look, wouldn't care. People mind their own business usually. But like, now there's like phones recording. So now I feel uncomfortable because someone's got to find me being pathetic, like lifting or something. I'm like, oh God. So like lately, people have been asking what I want for Christmas. I'm like, can you just buy me stuff for like working out so I don't have to go to a gym? Just like get me like, I don't know, a treadmill for under my desk so I can use that when I'm just chilling on my computer. Get me like weights to lift with, and that's it. I'm fine. And socks, please. All my socks have holes in them lately. Yeah, exactly, a standing treadmill. And then I'll join Yuland one day in like walking streams when I'm actually... I feel so bad. Dude, I feel really bad because like I've been wanting to actually join Yuland in a walking stream for like since he started. And it's not that like I'm avoiding it. It is literally, if I wake up and I'm tired, I go back to sleep. There's no like, there's no excuse. I wake up, I feel that my eyes are still heavy. I look at the time. I could join Yuland right now and walk. But I could also fall asleep. So it just... But if I get a treadmill, I think I'll be more like keen on doing it. I know your brain. Well, at least you know that I actually want to do it, right? Like, you don't think I'm just brushing you off and being like, yeah, I don't actually feel like walking with Yuland. Yeah, I know you don't get upset, but I do. This is my problem. I get upset for my friends who don't get upset at me. It's a flaw, all right? It's like when like I plan something out and I sleep through it. And like my friend's like, "No, it's good. It's fine. We can just do it another day." I'm like, I've just ruined everything. Life is ruined, my reputation gone, absolutely ruined, destroyed. I do think if I start working out like a proper amount, I'll fix my sleep because I'll be more tired like later in the day. But here's the thing, right? and like I'm not pointing fingers and blaming anyone for this, but obviously Fausta and I are like 3 hours apart. So when it's 4 in the morning for me, it's 1 for him, right? Right now we're 2 hours apart, and we will be for the rest of like the winter until the next thing. So 2 hours is a lot more tolerable at least. But like, because it's still early for him, there's no way he's gonna go to bed that early. Usually, he has been lately, which is kind of interesting because now my sleep is scuffed and I can't fix it. But like, usually I'll stay up a little bit longer to chill and just like play a game or something with him before I go to bed. But now it's like, I'm griefing myself. I want you to know it's there every day and you're able to too, and you'll always be welcome. Thank you. I will join. How dare I? Yeah, I know. How dare I? How dare I? I just need to fix my sleep. Because my brain operates in a way, and it's always, even when I did real estate, even when I went to school, my brain was like, I have this amount of time to make this food, get to where I need to be, and then do that, and then go back home. Right? My brain's like, 15 minutes to wake up, make 2 waffles, eat 2 waffles, have my coffee, go live. I'll brush my teeth, obviously. All that. Easy. But think of how much more optimized it would be if I woke up at 10 in the morning, did something, like took a walk, joined Yulin for like the walking treadmill streams, I don't know, worked out for a little bit, took a shower, went live feeling really good, and then going on with my day and going to bed at a good time. Really high bar. I know, seriously. Imagine me talking 10 a.m. is a difficult time to wake up. People wake up at like 6. My dad wakes up at 6 in the morning to go to work. Good lord. Do I have it good, huh? I can wake up at 12:45 p.m. Go live for 4 hours, maybe sometimes more, and just be like, yo, what's up, guys? And then end the stream. Jesus Christ. My dad wakes up at 6 in the morning. To be fair, when I worked real estate, no, actually, since college and on to real estate, I woke up at 8 a.m. on the dot. Granted, I only needed like 15 minutes to get to most places during those 15 minutes, so it was so easy. But I woke up 15 minutes on. This is not contradicting the other thing because it's still 8 a.m. on the dot was like easy mode. I would wake up and get to where I had to be within the 15-minute like timer that I had. So sometimes it was like 30 minutes, but you know, like I have to get to a train within 15 minutes. It's easy. So yeah, but I wish I could still wake up at 8 in the morning and like get things done. But here's the funny thing, right? I get scolded, or I used to get scolded for waking up late. Sometimes I would wake up at 2 p.m. and be like, yo, I feel really bad about this. And I get scolded. But then if I woke up at 8 in the morning, they're like, what are you doing? Go get more sleep. I'm like, what do you want me to do then? To wake up at 2 p.m. or 10 a.m. or 8 a.m.? And so like one time I just couldn't fall back asleep, but I woke up, it was 8 in the morning. I was like, well, I'm not going back to bed. I feel completely wide awake. I got like 9 hours of sleep. What do you want me to do? What do I do? What? Go back and lay down for until 12 p.m.? 4 hours of laying in bed? So it's very funny how that works. But I've seen this like happen a lot in this household. Hey, you know, you don't go out much. Like, you should go and, like, hang out with friends or something. Okay, so I'm going with friends. I'm going to Vegas. Yeah, but what if you didn't do that? Right? Like, what if you just stayed home? And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I already bought the tickets and stuff, and you told me to go out with friends. So what do you want? Yeah, but it's, like, so far away. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, next time, we're gonna go, or the next time, yo, so I'm going to New York, like Manhattan, with some friends. And I'm going to stay at their place in Queens for, you know, a week. Oh, but like, you know, you can just, why don't they just come here? Like, it's, you know, it's closer and safer. I'm like, it's 30 minutes in an Uber. Not even. It's like 20 minutes in an Uber. What? Yeah, but like, it's like, it's in Queens, and you know how yeah, but Queens is safer than most. Like, what do you? I don't understand. It's just so funny hearing the contradictions and like when people try to tell me to do something and then I do it and they're like, well, hold on, why are you doing that? I think it's a safety thing. Like, I get it. Going to Vegas with friends is like, that's far. And I was flying alone for the first time in a long time, so they were concerned. Fine, fair. But also, no. Like, no. It's fine. Or, the same deal with that far in New York and, like, Queens. I get it, but also, there's so much more I can, like, I don't know. A la poop lala. Thanks for the follow. That's a great name. Came in to tell everyone that you're beautiful. That includes the chat. Well, that's very wholesome. A la poopulala. Poop alala. Thank you very much for your kind words. On this beautiful Thursday evening. It's very funny, man. Like, it's usually my dad. He'd be like, well, what if instead of going to Vegas, you just, like, wait, and then we can go on vacation somewhere? I'm like, do you want to go to Vegas with me? He's like, no, I would never go to Vegas. I'm like, then we're done talking. Have a nice day. See you in a week. Good talk. It was raining before it was dark. I wouldn't mind some rain right about now. I feel cozy. It was kind of like an off day when I woke up. It was very off, but it's because I was woken up by a boiling hot room, aka my room being... I was getting sizzled. Juvi's dreams were coming true, except it was me. I was getting cooked. And it wasn't like, let me cook. No, it was bad. We're done talking. You're not going to Vegas with me. To be fair, my dad's ideal vacation is going to Poland, and that's fair. Listen, everyone has their ideal vacation spot. My dad isn't like, he doesn't do. He's a hobbit. He loves Lord of the Rings so much that he became a hobbit. He doesn't like leaving home, and if he is leaving home, then he's going to a different home. Poland, America. You choose either of the two. That's it. One of those homes. He will not leave. And if he does leave, then it's like within the region. So you know how like the Shire exists? That's my dad. He will not leave his Shire. He won't. Isn't that just going home? He won't leave the Shire. His home is either Poland or right here in America. He'd rather be in Poland. That's his real Shire. This is like his Shire 2. His Shire, like, his discount Shire. Right? So, like, Florida, why would he go to Florida? He doesn't want to go to Florida. Canada, that's like so far away. Why do I want to go? Why do I want to go to Canada? He's like, no, but like I'm old and like I don't want to drive. I'll drive. No, but like I just don't want to. I just don't feel like it. Okay. Then I don't see the problem. Oh, it's just like, like, oh man. And then when we get to a vacation spot, like when we went to Florida, he'll find his comfort spot, and his comfort spot is laying on the beach there. So, like, if we want to go to an aquarium, he's like, well, why do I want to go to an aquarium? Or, like, we're on vacation, I just want to stay on the beach. It is what it is. Come to English? What, England? Yeah? Well, where do you suggest I go in England? I actually do kind of want to go back to London and, like, instead of living near there, just look around. I wouldn't mind going to England. I've planned out in my head and like on a map a world tour that I would do one day if I could. And I think it would be really fun. But I feel like I'd be gone for a long period of time because like spending one day in a country sounds like an L, right? Spending a week in one country and going to another one for like that would be like a year. I'd be gone for a year. My coworker from real estate, she quit and then went to do that, and then went and found like a really good job. So that's cool. Newcastle, but I can't understand anyone from there. I can't understand nobody from Newcastle. DJ John! Come on, England! Dude, there's a lot of places I would go. And like, my plan is probably, at the moment, I would road trip up North America, go to Canada, see Toronto, I don't know about Quebec, maybe. You know, all of that, Ontario, all that stuff. Maybe go back to Niagara Falls and check that out too. I was already there, but I wouldn't mind going back for like half a day or something and seeing something else. And then I would take a flight and I'd probably go to England, yeah. And from England, I would just go through all of it, you know? Scotland, Ireland, all of it. Obviously not in that order. Probably Ireland, Scotland. Go to the actual, like, London, Binnoy of the southern parts. Then I would probably go and see, like, the Nord countries. Because I feel like those are one of the countries, or those are some of the countries I want to see most. Like, Denmark, Sweden, you know, all that. It looks cool. And I'd like to go. And then, I don't know, I'd just go on from there. South, keep going south, check out all those places, go eastward towards that, end up in Asia, finish all of Asia, and I'll go home. I don't know. Sounds like a good time. Just a world tour. But, I have this unhealthy thing called not streaming anxiety. And even if I miss one day, I feel horrible that entire day. So, what did we learn from that lesson? I need professional help. Missing days? L. Really L. Missing a week? I get anxious. When I was away in Vegas, I thought about, like, what if I just went live on my phone and just talked but no one could see? Like, what if I did anything? That's how bad it got. And then I was gone for an extra week. But at that point, I kind of like calmed down. I'm like, I don't think people will mind. I think they'll be happy when I'm back, which is what happened. So yeah, that's a problem. Streaming anxiety, not like missing a day is really bad. Gonna finish me? Yeah, you're going down, Proxy. GoPro streaming. I did think about IRL streaming if I ever went on a world tour, and just like doing all that. But this is much less like people looking at me while I record, because a lot of people do that now, especially TikTok. This is more like manners. Does that make sense? You can like argue like you go to public places, so people are like signing up to get recorded, even if it's not intentional. Like, oh, they're on cam for a second in the back or something. Oh yeah, they signed up for it because they're in public. I don't like that. I don't know. I don't like putting people on a camera if they don't want to be. It's the same with VRChat. I don't want to put people on cam if they don't want to be on cam. So like, I guess what I would do in that scenario is have the camera super on me, check out some like places where people wouldn't mind as much, like tourist attractions, which is probably what I would do for the most part anyway, and then like spend my days off stream checking out the places that I really wanted to look at. But then, like, I don't know how excited I would be to see tourist areas as opposed to, like, places I would actually want to go. Like, Japan, what would I do on stream? Tokyo, Akihabara. I really want to go to Kyoto. I would love to go to Kyoto. But I don't know if anyone would, like, is that a tourist attraction? Like, is Kyoto, like, a place you just show feet? Yeah, you're right. It'll be the first time I ever, and the only time I'll paint my nails. Just have my feet out. You're right. I mean, I could, but again, this is the thing, like, this thing of putting people on stream when they don't want to be on stream. It makes, okay, here's a good example. You guys know the dude that got banned and, like, also knocked out because they were in Japan, like, harassing the people? That's what I mean. Like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I wouldn't even talk to the people unless they talk to me first. Then I might do that and be like, "Yo, what's up? Yeah, Oh yeah, I'm streaming right now. Yeah, oh, you want to see my stream? Yeah, I'd rather you didn't, but it's it's twitch.tv/Ico if you really want to look. I guess it depends. Shops in Asia might mind. I don't know because the voice actor for a Resident Faust and I watched, I don't remember their name, but she went to stores, like game shops in Japan, and recorded them because she wanted to find herself. Or like her character. Oh no, it's not a VA. She was the design of the character. The blonde from Resident Evil. One of the main characters. I'm drawing a really huge blank right now. But she lives in Japan, so she went to a Japanese like gaming store. A couple of them. It was like, hey, do you have like a copy of the game? She got a copy of the game. Yeah, Ashley. Yeah. The person who was the model for Ashley, the new one, I guess, she lives in Japan, so she went to stores and like recorded. She's like, hey, do you have any copies of Resident Evil? And they're like, oh no, we don't have any copies at all. Try down the street and stuff. That was really cool. So maybe they wouldn't mind. Yeah. Feet cam confirmed. Yeah, you just be watching this the whole time. All right, we're heading over right now, guys. Yo, guys, look at that. Yo, look at that right there. That is the famous Great Wall of China. Look, that is incredible. All right, moving on. All right. Is that the video? That's the one, yeah. And then I thought to myself as well, would I want to do a world tour alone? Maybe not. I feel like that would not be ideal. But then also, I'm a complicated individual, as you already know. When I go to conventions, like really big conventions with a lot of people, like PAX, I don't like being with a group. You know why? Because they go at their pace, and I go at mine. And also, they might have interest in something that I won't. So I tend to, like, find a way to do my own thing. Just go and, like, find stuff and be like, alright, cool. Chillin'. Convention time. I mean, we'll chill right after the convention, or we'll go to panels together, and that'll be a good thing. So, like, usually what I did, and for PAX, the last PAX I went to, we went as a group. And then when we entered the actual like convention area, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna find a way to get out of the group. I'm gonna find a way to lose them. So I found like a big walking group, and I'm like, this is it. Walks fast, group gets in the way. Me joins this group real quick, then goes to and just like I just started like walking around. Yo! Thank you for the raid. I don't know if it's playing. I don't know if you hear it. Okay, you do. What's up, Blissy? I hope you had a fantastic stream. I'm kind of just like frolicking and talking about random things all at the same time. Miku?
Actually pro gaming.
Oh, actually.
Calculated, of course.
I don't know what played. You didn't see it, but I heard it. Actually pogging. VRChat. Nice. I hope you had a good stream. I'm kind of just like waltzing around. Garlemald from Final Fantasy XIV critically acclaimed video game, MMORPG, and having random tangents and talk. We were talking about travel just now, and I was talking about like how when I go to conventions with friends, I would rather ditch the group for the convention portion, like where you walk, like and see all the stuff, and then join them again for panels. And like in PAX of the last PAX that I went to in 2019 before I got COVID and never went to a convention again, aside from FanFest, I went with a group, lost them on purpose, and then we texted. I was like, "All right, yeah, let's go to the Gearbox panel because we love going to Gearbox panels." So we went. It was a pretty good panel. They gave away some free stuff. It was Pog, as per usual. It was for DLC. They announced the tentacle DLC thing, the marriage, the tentacle marriage DLC for Borderlands 3. I think they either announced it or they showed off more. I don't know. I think it was a full trailer. I don't remember. It's been a while now, but it was something like that. So that was cool. And then we left. We got food in the convention area. And then I ditched again. Walking and talking about random things. Yep, coincidental, ain't it? That's what I do. Walk around, talk around, squawk around. That's me. Just talking about random things. Talking about feeling bad about not joining friends for specific things. You know, eating burgers. Insulting VTuber voices and their designs. You know, all, you know, the usual Ico stream. All the good stuff. All the good stuff. How I hate snow, but I'm in a world of snow, and I'm barefoot technically in socks, walking on snow, and it's cold probably, but I don't have Phantom Sense, so it's not actually cold. In my defense, I didn't think about how I worded my words towards Shiori at the time when I said it, okay? We're not going to bring up this topic fully again. I'm just disclaimer, I don't care if you like Shiori. I'm sure they're a fantastic VTuber. Okay? Just not my cup of tea in it. It's all wrong, it's bloody wrong. Feet? Yeah. Just talking about acquiring Phantom Sense. You know what? I feel like it's not that you acquire Phantom Sense, but you have it and you don't realize it. So like, I have, admittedly, it's not really, I don't know if it's Phantom Sense or what, but my forehead does a tingly thing when people like poke at it. It's true, I do. I have a tingly forehead whenever people like they have to put their whole finger in. Like if it's like floating near it, it's not enough. You have to like stab into my forehead in VR. And I will feel like tingling. It's gonna be weird and I don't like it. But everywhere else on my body, I don't have it. There's no other location where you can try where I'll have like Phantom Sense. But I feel like a lot of people have it on their forehead and they just don't know until it happens. You know what I mean? So it's like bare minimum, I guess, Phantom Sense. He does. He poked my forehead a lot. Fausto used to do it all the time. We would hang out in VR, and then like before I got this avatar, and I was the Hu Tao, since he didn't have anything to like twist around and toss like this tail, he would just straight up just like poke, he would just like twirl around my forehead like, I don't like this, you need to stop. But he would still do it. Hu Tao. Yeah, exactly. Precisely. Spot on. Hu Tao. Gotta say, it doesn't feel like a Thursday. But then again, what day ever feels like a Thursday when it's a day that isn't Thursday? Oh, I'm sitting down. Wow, my knees didn't pop. This means that the squats have been working, chat. We're sitting down. We're on the cold, hard ground. What song is that? Trouble, trouble, trouble. Yeah, that's Taylor Swift. On the cold, hard ground. I have to sit down. I've been doing squats, so my legs get a little bit more, you know, sore when I'm standing for 4 hours straight. And I'm already, you know, past my threshold by 23 minutes. So that's a new record, right? I'm trying to remember. I did 8-hour streams when I was Koyo Red, right? Like 8-hour VR streams. Did I stand for all 8 hours? I don't remember, dude. Probably not. I think I sat at some point. I think it was 4 stand, 1 sit, and then like 3 stand for the last like few hours. Good night, Ghost of the Dane variety. Have a good sleep. Enjoy your beans. Oh yeah, that's why Ghost is here for a little bit later. I forgot. Again, time change. Daylight savings. That makes a lot more sense. I'm like, shouldn't Ghost be asleep by now? Oh right, daylight savings, duh. Because everyone in Europe is like an hour closer now. And yeah. That's cool, man. I wish that it was permanently like this. And then actually, I don't know, cuz I'd rather it be like darker here. Or do I? I don't know. Ugh. Hair and face, sorry. I am in Garlemald, yeah. There are other ones that I would go to, but Old Charlene doesn't have the night version, so I was like, nah, not worth. If I could find worlds like this with like good music that I know won't get DMCA'd, I could just use these as chill maps. And then rather than us just sitting in the autumn world for an entire 4 hours every day, I'll find a new world to start in for the chill days when we're just talking. Like, today was meant to be a day where I'll just chill and, like, hang with friends. But, what do you call it? I was feeling, I don't know, I woke up and I felt really off. So I was like, do I even go live? I did. Obviously. But I was like, man, I don't know. Like, what do I want to do today? I'm not feeling that, like, fantastic. Solo world, chill. Zero Banjo-Tooie map update yesterday? Really? We literally moved Europe closer to NA. Dude, what I want is the 5-hour diff to always exist for people in Europe so that I can hang out with Juvie for like an hour longer. Whenever that's possible. And then also have it so that I'm only 2 hours away from Fausto for like the rest of time, and then everything's actually fantastic, actually poggers. Two-hour diff, manageable. 3-hour diff is kind of like when it hits 4 a.m. and I'm like, oh man, I should go to bed. But then he sounds wide awake, and I'm like, man, I hate that. Why aren't you tired? Hour away from myself, I'm tired of the 3-hour difference? Really? Are you? I can't hit the tags, why? Oh. Floor 200, this is a cool world, but it's like a flashbang, so I'm not gonna go there. This is my old homeworld, Turncliffe. Oh, they have Alamigo. Oh no, the Royal Menagerie of no, what is it called? Menagerie? I don't know what it's, I forget its name. Know your friends? What? Why is this in Final Fantasy 14? Garlemald, Drowning Wench, The Offer, Ralger's Reach, Udon Bird Sanctuary, Draw, Quick Draw, Know Your Friends. For Alamigo! Sloppy! Arm with the Sun, Alexander. The Dancing... What? Oh, the Dancing Plague. Yeah, I'm not going there. Oh, they have the Omphalos. I'm sure... I'm pretty sure we've already been there, though. Wanderer's Palace. The Ocular 2. Wait, what happened to... Suit of Sacrifice? Neath Dark Waters. What is this? Yo, this is my favorite song in like all of Final Fantasy right here. I used to sleep to the song every day. What? Dude, it's not even playing Neath Dark Waters. Why would you bait me? I mean, this is a good song too. I see. The reference is that you're going to play Final Fantasy music and then have rain. I'm living in Amarat right now. That's cool. Day? Question mark. What? You were literally there for it. It was like we did. It was like the initial thing. Remember? I'm pretty sure we both listened, or I at least did. I went to bed, and I would listen to it nonstop. I would have it on loop when I slept. Sleep to the song that plays when you first enter Ultima Thule. That's a good one. But do you mean like the... Are you talking like the, Um, 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 um. Are you talking about like the muffled variation? Or like the actual one? Like the finalized. Oh, they have dead ends, cool. Palace? They have Limeg. Hidden Forbidden, I don't know what that is. Starlight Celebration, Raisin Temple, cool. Some stuff vanished. Like they had Seed of Sacrifice and it's gone now. And I don't feel like looking it up. Oh yeah, they have the amphitheater. They have the flower field. This world's really cool right here. The muffled one's pretty good. Yeah, dude, Yulen's right, man. Like, I don't mind Dawn Trail, because it's like, yeah, you know, like, we get a little vacation episode season. Or DLC, Lamau. But, like... Oh god, it's the vocals. But it's also like, oh man, what if we just got like a time skip? That would be cool. I mean, I'm sure Dawn Trail will be good, nonetheless, but... How do you beat this? Sorry, I forgot. The meta is to hate Endwalker. It's the worst expansion ever. How do you beat it? How do you beat Shadowbringers? How do you beat the ending of Endwalker? I don't know. Don't know. I guess we'll see. I mean, they have plenty of Final Fantasy to Final Fantasize, but the patch story I haven't really cared about. I mean, like, I like it, but I'm also like, I like Zero, right? I like the character. I don't mind more story, but I think most ideally it would be really cool to have like just straight up time skip or like a reset or something and send us to a new story. I don't know if I've said this before, but the reason that I swapped and I Fantasia'd away from Pankex initially was because the story was done. And I was like, I'm going to be a new character now. But then I switched back because I was like, well, I guess the story's not really done. And also I miss Pancakes. FF17 Online? Yeah, bet. Alex, yeah, but I'm just like, really not that invested. It feels a little fillery. Well, I think we're going to be hit with filler for a long time now, right? Because the build-up for Endwalker was from A Realm Reborn to Endwalker. So I would expect that, if not more. I forget what they said, but they said that they have the next storyline written down, like prepped. So like, they already have the ending probably set in stone. They just have to work on it. And if they have a whole timeline, I'm just wondering what they'll do to like do better than Endwalker. I mean, mechanics have been getting kind of interesting. Some of them kind of repetitive and stupid, but like gameplay-wise, things are getting a little bit better. IMHO. So I guess it just depends. God, this was so good in the orchestra. Dawn Trail is basically a filler expansion if we really talk about it. Dude, I don't know. I don't want to spoil anyone's story, but there's something that happened in Endwalker that really shouldn't have. And I think it would have made for a more interesting story. But I feel like the people who are upset right now about the things and how the story's panning out would have complained about the same exact thing if what I was hoping would happen did happen. Relating to the science. Super self-contained and adventurous. I have a few. I don't know if it's gonna. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm hoping that Dawn Trail is kind of like literally a filler DLC expansion, and then after they do something wild to like, I don't know what they would do though, because Dawn Trail's already like, yeah, we're adventuring there, but there's a reason for it, right? So like, oh man, what are we doing? Like the whole Golbez storyline is already Jover, which is kind of weird because I'm like, wow, I thought this would go into the next expansion, but then it didn't. Once again, they hit me with a good surprise though, just like I thought Zodiark would be the final boss. I was like, okay, so we beat Zodiark and that's it, and it's Jover. Nope, there's more. Yeah, Golbez did go too fast. It did, but it kind of makes sense too. Like it was kind of just, we're getting hit with a lot of filler right now. I'm sure they'll do something. Well, okay. I'm coping that they do something crazy. I don't know what they will do though. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm really bad at predicting things for like actual story content when I'm not at that point yet. I predicted a lot of Endwalker until well, after Zodiark as well, but Zodiark caught me by surprise the most. I was like, what? Now? That's crazy. I thought he would be the final boss. Literally the end of the story. But no, guess not. We'll have to see. I don't know. Maybe things will like be really cool. Maybe things will suck. Maybe it's filler all the way until like the next big expansion. I don't know. I'm still excited to see how it's gonna pan out because I like Final Fantasy. I've been playing it a lot less recently, but it's just like I don't really feel like doing end raids. I just don't. I don't feel like learning them. I don't feel like finding a team that'll be consistent in like showing up and all. So I tend to avoid that. Ultimates, don't feel like it. Eureka, I can do that with one person, 2 people, alone. I can do that. You know. I think my issue is that despite really liking Zero, the patch story feels pretty disconnected from the 6.0 stuff. Yeah, gonna beat up Margit. Oh, get that dub. Feels like a raid storyline. Yeah, I can see that. It's kind of like how Alliance raids are, right? Like their own storyline that can be like, it's in the lore in that sense, but it's not really that mentioned in the story. It might be a few times, but it's not like a major thing. Like, I feel like the Golbez stuff will not be mentioned in like Dawn Trail. That's my take, and I hope I'm wrong, but I feel like it won't. I like, so Zero, right? They said that they didn't expect people to like Zero so much. And that made me wonder, do they not intend to bring Zero back for a long time? And that's why they were like, uh-oh, people, wait, people like Zero. But this is like a one-off character for this one, like, storyline. That would be a bummer, but also fair. Zero has better things to do. I don't know, we'll see. We still have to get everyone back, you know. Gotta get Thancred to see Reen again, all that stuff. I like predicting or like thinking of what could happen, but I really don't know. Sometimes the Final Fantasy story is really hard to predict. Expecting us to absorb Zero like we did Ardbert. Yeah, that crossed my mind a few times. I was like, I think Zero's just gonna die. And then Zero almost died, and then didn't. I guess. Question mark. I don't really know. So, that's that. Any character that isn't straight up confirmed dead can be most likely would... Well, yeah, so I think Zero might be brought back, but from the way they responded to people liking Zero, I feel like maybe Zero won't even be in Dawn Trail, which is fine. That's fine. That's perfectly okay. Like, we've had a lot of updates where we didn't see people from, like, the 13th, right? There's been a plethora of times where we waited months, years to, like, see characters again, which is fine. I don't mind. I'm cool with that. But I also really like Zero. Like, yeah, exactly. Oh my god. My knee is so, like, thin. I just realized. Whoa. She's definitely not Dawntrail. It's a whole new continent. Yeah. We'll see. I keep feeling like I haven't seen Graha Tia in a long time, too. But I think it's just because of the patch. Like, did we see Graha? Oh, where'd he go? Oh, we did. Didn't we see Graha for the Alliance raid? Yeah, that's right. The Alliance raid. You're right. Yeah, that makes sense. I was like, did we see Graha at all? Yeah, we did. But it was in the AR. Not main story. Which is fine. It's cool. Alright, it's yawn o'clock and I'm tired. I've been sitting down. I want to see Kana Isama from Gridania get her shining moment. Where she just like does something with us. I don't know. That'd be cool. Alright, squad. I'm Dunzo. I'm Dunzo bean frosting. Oh. Dunzo. I'm gonna go chill. So I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. It was like a relaxing little stream, nothing crazy. I'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. EST. Tomorrow, more VRChat. We'll probably do some games. If there's not enough people on, then I don't know. Maybe we'll switch. We'll do something else. Maybe we'll play Lethal Company or something. I don't know. I keep saying Lethal Current. But I'm a little cooked. I'm tired. I'm still falling. / me respawns. Oh, Destiny 2 Lethal Current. Why am I thinking of that? How strange. Alright. I'm gonna send you guys out. Let me see. Anyone raid? Blissy, thank you again for the raid. Guys, thanks for hanging out. I greatly appreciate it. Be sure to join my Discord. Follow my socials. I would super, ultra appreciate it. Here. Ty is streaming. Guild Wars 2. A lot of you seem to be into that game. I will, and nope, this is not copium. I will play it eventually, alright? I'll play it eventually. I don't know when, but I will play it eventually. I swear it, I will. Because I kind of want to. And I'm kind of running out of things to play at the moment, so that'll happen eventually. I hope you guys got the Margit dub. Tomorrow, probably VRChat. If there's not enough people hanging out, we'll either do solo VRChat or I'll swap to a different game like Lethal Company. Well, we will see. Have a good rest of your Thursdays. Thanks for hanging out. If you're free, brush your teeth, join the Discord, and I'm out of here. Adios!